Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to 2022 Korean Economic Association International Conference. I'm Youngju Kim from Hongik University. As our third challenging spring comes to a close, we are proud to celebrate the 17th International Conference. We are lucky to be in such a beautiful campus of Korea University for our first in-person gathering of international conference since the outbreak of COVID pandemic. We are also pleased to note that we saw record participation numbers for the conference thanks to all the people in this room. For the order of the ceremony, I'm going to introduce the president of the association first, and then presidents of the co-host institutes and presidents of the economic associations in the neighborhood countries. First, let me introduce the president of the Korean Economic Association, Professor Jong-hwa Lee. Professor Lee is a prolific researcher in the wide research areas from the famous human capital topic that he developed to growth and financial crisis. He has also contributed to local societies and global economy as a senior advisor to the President of Korea and G20 Sherpa and a chief economist at Asian Development Bank. Please greet him with applause.
Good afternoon, and the Korea Economic Association, KEA, welcome all of you to the KEA 70th Anniversary International Conference. Since its establishment in Busan in 1952, during the period of Korean War, the KEA has been a leading economic society that promotes research activities in Korea, in publishing academic journals, organizing academic conferences, and exchanging with domestic and foreign research institutes. This conference is organized as a hybrid. In the morning, we already had many online sessions, and prominent scholars presented academic research papers and participated in discussions. The conference will have more special sessions, both online and offline, this afternoon and tomorrow morning. I would like to thank paper presenters, discussants, and participants in the conference. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to co-hosts of the conference, Korea-America Economic Association, Korea Development Institute, KDI, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, KIEP. Also, I would like to convey my deep appreciation to the president of economic associations in Japan, Hong Kong, China, and Singapore for sending their kind messages to congratulate the 70th anniversary of the KEA and also participating in the special sessions in the afternoon. The KEA will continue to build partnerships with the research associations in Asia and around the world. This conference would not have been possible without the efforts of our dedicated colleagues. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to co-chairs of the organizing committee, Professors Jinil Kim and Sunbin Kim, and other members, including Yoon Jong-oh, Deok-pa Kim, Won-gi Jo, Youngju Kim, and Sona Park, for their dedication and effort. I hope that this conference can serve as an important venue to exchange academic ideas among the scholars. Moreover, I expect it can contribute to solving problems and challenges facing our economy. Thank you again for your participation, and wish you have most productive and pleasant time at this conference. Thank you.
We thank the President for welcoming us to this event. Our next speaker is Professor Dong-kyu Seol, the President of the Korea-America Economic Association. Professor Seol from the University of Texas at Dallas has published research articles and a book on panel data econometrics. Please greet him with applause.
I'm not sure, but let me just do it. Didn't wear a mask. Okay. It's my great pleasure to be here on this occasion. And Korean Economic Association was born 7 years ago in 1952. And Korea America Economic Association was born in 1985. So KAEA is much younger than KEA. Since 1986, both KEA and KAEA have organized a joint conference and have shared these wonderful partnerships. As Professor Lee mentioned, earlier, KEA has developed rapidly and contributed to Korean economy in several dimensions. Such a success was based on more than 5,000 individual members and 60 institutional members. Of course, we don't need to mention a strong leadership by previous and current president. I don't have any doubt that all participants will have a great time and fun by exchanging their ideas and communicating each other and other members during this conference. In the end, I would like to express my sincere appreciations to the KEA president, Professor Jong-Ah Lee, and many other local organizers, including Jinil Kim, Sunbin Kim, Deok-Pa Kim, and Yoon Jung-oh, and co-chairs of the committee for organizing this wonderful international conference, hopefully in the end of the global pandemic. Thank you.
We thank Professor Seol for his welcoming speech. Our next speaker is the president of Korea Development Institute, KDI, Dr. Jang Pyo-hong. KDI is the Korea's leading research institute that provides evidence-based guidance and directions for economic policymakers. Please greet him with applause.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests and distinguished members of KEA. On behalf of the KDI, I congratulate the KEA on the 70th anniversary and the 2022 International Conference. I want to thank you, President Jong-Ah Lee, and the staff members of KEA for their commitment that made this valuable conference possible. And it is my great honor to join you on this remarkable occasion of commemoration. In the past 70 years, KEA shown its prominence in researching theory and policy issues. For the years to come, I am confident that KEA will continue on the legacy of outstanding and innovative studies. This year's KEA conference have a special session titled Challenge to Korea and Global Economy After Pandemic. As you are well known, the world economy is undergoing great transformation caused by COVID-19. The pandemic reshuffled the global economic order. In tackling the COVID-19 crisis, many development countries have a massive liquidity injections and a much larger government spending. On the other hand, as the hegemonic rivalry between the US and China intensifies, the rearrangement of global supply chains are breaking away from free trade toward supply chain alliances. And we also see the revival of industrial policy in major development countries to foster national strategic technology and industries. Currently, Korean economy faces diverse transition challenges, including shifting to a digital platform economy and a low-carbon economy, adapting and responding to demographic change. And the new set of challenges call for the new solution. Cooperation and collaborative researches are vital to driving in-depth discussion on the new set of challenges. KDI too have undertaken various endeavors to this end. Last year, KDI marked the milestone of its 50th anniversary. And this year, KDI opened the Center for the Future Strategy to strengthen cooperation with academia. With this two-day conference as a milestone, I'm looking forward to furthering research cooperation between KA and KDI. Once again, congratulations on the 70th anniversary and the 2022 International Conference. Thank you very much.
We thank Dr. Hong for his welcoming speech. The next speaker is the Vice President of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, KIEP. KIEP is a unique research institute that develops international economic strategies in the current ever-changing global environments. On behalf of the President, Dr. Hung Jong-kim, the Vice President, Dr. Song Chun-jung, will deliver a speech. Please greet him with applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me offer my sincere congratulations on the 70th anniversary of the Korean Research Economic Association. As a representative economic society of Korea, the KEA has made fundamental contributions to Korea's economic growth over the past 70 years. And I'm also confident that KEA will continue to serve an important role in the growth and progress of the Korean economy. On behalf of the Korea Institute for the International Economic Policy, I would like to express my warm appreciation for the KEA's efforts and achievements over the years. As a national research institute, KIEP will continue its cooperation with the KEA to fortify the foundations of Korea's economic development. The Korean economy is facing major challenges on the international and domestic front. Domestically, the country is steadily declining in potential growth rate, and internationally, we are seeing a rise in geopolitical risks. Amid increasing strategic competition between the US and China, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has further deteriorated international conditions. The expansion of globalization, a steady trend since the 1990s, now stands at an important crossroads. As one of the greatest beneficiaries of globalization, the recent international developments are posing serious challenges for Korean economy. In response, KIEP is strengthening its research in the area of economic security. Major nations today do not view the economy as a separate issue from security. Import control measures are being implemented and foreign investment is being scrutinized now. More measures are being taken to limit financial investment and increase technological control. Many nations are employing economic methods to gain security benefits. Governments are increasing industrial policies to actively promote their competitiveness in key industries. The US is attracting investment from overseas firms and preparing large subsidies for promote its semiconductor industry. Japan has begun similar policies as well, such as a subsidy program to attract investment from Taiwanese chip makers, TSMC. These movements indicate a sharp change from the past, where economic parity was pursued through the liberalization of trade and investment. And these trends are likely to gain strength in the future. Then how should Korea respond to these challenges? This is a grave question facing us today. The current state of international affairs poses significant challenges for the whole global economy, not just Korea. This is what we can expect to discuss at today's plenary session. The KEA 70th Anniversary International Conference will also be holding various special sessions hosted by KIEP, the Japanese Economic Association, Korea-America Economic Association, KDI, and the ADB. We can expect timely and valuable presentations and discussions during these sessions. On behalf of KIEP, I promise to spare no efforts to develop economic policies and improve research conditions in Korea. Thank you.
We thank Dr. Jung for his speech. Our next speaker is Professor Hideshi Ito, the president of the Japanese Economic Association. Professor Ito has worked on organizational economics and microeconomic theory in Waseda University. Let's watch his welcoming speech.
Hello, my name is Hideshi Ito, the current president of the Japanese Economic Association. On behalf of JEA, I'd like to congratulate Korean Economic Association for the opening of the international conference celebrating its 70th anniversary. It was just 3 weeks ago at the spring meeting of the Japanese Economic Association when I was appointed as the president by taking over the former president Masao Ogaki. I want to take this opportunity to thank Masao and Jong-hwa Lee for their effort to develop and build the strong tie. I found on the program Masao as one of the invited speakers, and the new vice president of the Japanese Economic Association, Charles Yuji Horioka, is also on the program. Last year, we started organizing a working group promoting the interaction between KEA and JEA, and Embassy of Korea in Japan has been supporting symposiums and workshops. 2 symposiums were already held, the first one about economic conflict between US and China from the standpoint of Korea and Japan, and the second one about human capital and inequalities. Third symposium and workshops are scheduled to be held during November this year. And the theme of the symposium and workshop is economic stagnation. I wish you for the great success of the conference, and we look forward to continuing our active interaction.
Next, let me introduce Professor Houston Kwa, the president of Economic Society of Singapore. Professor Kwa has worked on environmental economics and cost-benefit analysis as an economics department head in Nanyang Technological University for 15 years. Let's watch his welcoming speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here in this very important conference. On behalf of our Economic Society of Singapore colleagues, let me congratulate our friends from the Korean Economic Association as you celebrate the 70th year since the founding of this illustrious association. Now, it is often very difficult and challenging to get everyone on board, pursuing a common mission, and yet the KEA had done it for 70 years, a remarkable achievement. I would also like to congratulate Professor Jong-hwa Lee for his new role as the recently elected president of the KEA. I am confident that with his academic background, and strong applied policy experience in government and also at ADB will further strengthen and bring new developments to the KEA. In fact, I have many friends in Korea and also in the KEA, for which we had maintained contacts over these many long years. Let me wish the KEA many more years of accomplishments in the economic, business, finance, and policy sectors of the Korean economy, as well as scaling new heights internationally. Congratulations, KEA.
Okay, our final speaker is Professor Wing Xuan, the president of Hong Kong Economic Association. Professor Xuan from University of Hong Kong is an active researcher in the field of microeconomic theory to financial markets and labor market conditions. Let's watch his welcoming speech.
It is a great pleasure to be here at this conference in celebration of the 70th anniversary of the Korean Economic Association. The year 1952 was a memorable year. Among the less important events that happened in 1952 was the ascension to the throne of Queen Elizabeth II, who also happens to be celebrating her Platinum Jubilee this year. Among the more significant events, of course, was that the Korean War was still raging in that year. I would imagine that it must take a lot of courage and a healthy dose of optimism for founders of the KEA to start a professional society at such difficult times. But their vision has paid off. Post-war Korea has developed over the past 70 years into a prosperous country and a thriving democracy. And along with this, the Korean Economic Association has grown into a 2,000-member strong organization with academic connections all over the world. I have the good fortune to be acquainted with a number of Korean economists via the network established through the East Asian Contract Theory Conference. And one of my co-authors is Korean economist working at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. 70 years ago, our discipline still had different national flavors. We used to have what's called the German tradition, the Anglo-Saxon political economy, the Austrian school, and so on. But nowadays, all economists basically speak the same analytical language. Cross-country collaboration and cross-fertilization of ideas have become widespread. For example, the Pacific Economic Review, which is the flagship journal of the Hong Kong Economic Association, regularly features contributions by economists from Korea and other countries in the region. I always think that one of the perks of being an economist is that our work transcends national boundaries. There are lots of chances to work with and to learn from people from other parts of the world. The gathering we are having today is one such example. I therefore would like to thank the Korean economists, to thank the Korean Economic Association for organizing this international conference. And on behalf of the Hong Kong Economic Association, I would like to say to the KEA, happy 70th anniversary. Thank you.
We thank all the invited guests from Korea and all over the world once again for having joined us in attending the 70th Anniversary International Conference. The plenary session will be followed after a short break, so this is the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let's get started for the plenary session. The moderator of the plenary session is Professor JEA-KIEP. Let me briefly introduce Professor KIEP. Professor KIEP has worked in various areas as a senior economist in Federal Reserve Board in the US and professor at the University of Virginia before he joined Korea University. He's an expert in macroeconomy and monetary policy. Please greet him with applause.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for a kind introduction. So we have 70 minutes for the plenary session. And as you see on page 17 of the program book, the title of the session is Challenges to Korea and the Global Economy, after the pandemic. And we have 5 people for the discussion, and 2 of them are with me in this venue, and 3 will join online via Zoom. And the first speaker will be Dr. Albert Park, who is a Chief Economist in Asia Development Bank. His presentation will be titled "The Economic Outlook for Asia Amidst Global Uncertainties." Let's welcome him with a big applause.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be able to attend this event in person, the 2022 meetings of the Korean Economic Association. Today I want to provide I want to set the stage by talking more broadly about the macroeconomic situation in the region. Maybe we could start my slides. Thank you. About 2 months ago, the Asian Development Bank issued its forecasts for economic growth in developing Asia. And at that time, our projection was that recovery would be fairly robust, 5.2% in 2022, 5.3% in 2033, with inflation projected to be 3.7% this year and 3.1% next year. However, since then, the 2 months have been incredibly eventful, and a lot of things have changed. And I think those forecasts, if we look at the information that we have up to date today, are probably overly optimistic. In particular, a lot of headwinds have strengthened. One major one is a very clear slowdown in economic activity in the People's Republic of China, which has really struggled under a zero COVID policy. And of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has really heightened uncertainty about global commodity markets, energy prices, and food security also has become a huge issue globally as a consequence of the war. In addition, we saw just this week the Fed accelerating its tightening schedule, the US Fed, and that poses a number of risks financially to the region. And finally, if we look to the medium or longer term, there's a number of scarring effects that we're very concerned about related to youth unemployment and related to learning losses of children as a consequence of extended school closures in many countries, which will eventually, of course, affect labor productivity and economic productivity. Just to remember where we were by the beginning of this year, last year there was really robust recovery in Asia. So Asia, developing Asia, grew by 6.8%. And of course, there were regional differences. It was strong in East Asia and South Asia, a little bit more moderate recovery in Southeast Asia, and Pacific Islands really struggled because tourism still was not really opening up. And the other notable aspect of economic performance last year was exports were very robustly recovering through the pandemic. And so you can see in this figure, the line for developing Asia, excluding the PRC, this middle line, that it increased over the last year. So this is the growth projections that we produced a couple of months ago. Again, 5.2% this year, 5.3%, with some regional differences. We expect Southeast Asia to start picking up its recovery, South Asia to continue fairly robust growth, but slower growth in Caucasus and Central Asia, largely because many of these economies were really directly affected by their economic relationship with Russia. And Pacific now starting to recover as tourism opens up, but only moderately. Oh, actually, let me also describe inflation. So the right-hand figure here shows the inflation by the end of last year, and Asia, which is on the left-hand side, actually, although there was a little tick up in inflation by the end of the year, still much lower than other regions of the world, especially if you look at the US, experiencing historic inflation rates, Europe, and other emerging markets in other parts of the world. Asia has been much steadier. Part of that is that the rice price, which is the staple in many Asian countries, has been very stable, unlike the commodity prices affected by the war. And also, supply chain issues have not been as big of a bottleneck in Asia compared to developed countries. In terms of Omicron, it used to be that this was, of course, the big focus about thinking about the economic outlook. But what we saw earlier this year in developing Asia, we saw a spike in Omicron cases, which was a bit lagged compared to the West, but was reasonably modest and short-lived, so it's come way down, just as in other parts of the world. And we also see that Asia has really caught up to developed countries in terms of its vaccination coverage rates, so it's doing pretty well. And as a consequence, the lockdown measures that have been required in Asian countries have become less and less stringent. So this left-hand figure is kind of an index of the stringency of them, and you can see that in the most recent period, it continues to go down. So countries are being able to keep their economic activity going even through the Omicron. And then another evidence for this is in the right-hand figure. This is a very busy table, but it shows that if you look at PMI numbers, so here anything over 50 is expansionary, anything less than 50 is contractionary. During Delta variant last year, we saw some of these red shaded figures which were contractionary, but in the Omicron period in the last 5 months, you can see that it's mostly light green. There's very little red, but with one big exception, and that's China. So you can see that China PMIs have turned to below 50. The economy is really struggling, and in particular, the service sector in China. You see PMIs which reached 38, which is really very, very pessimistic. And this, of course, reflects the cautiousness of Chinese consumers in response to all of the lockdown measures and the uncertainty over the future economic path. Okay, so as a result of this, the expectations for growth in China has gone steadily down over the course of the year. So if you look at IMF projections, World Bank projections, and this figure on the left here shows the consensus projections for China of the growth rate in 2022. It's just everyone's been adjusting these expectations downward, starting from 5.5% last year and then to 5% earlier this year, which is where our projection was, also at 5%, but now dipping down to, I think, something like 4.5%. After the 4.8% GDP growth in Q1, activity has been really affected by the lockdowns. Retail sales and industrial production both contracted in April by 11.1% and 2.9%. And then the most recent data for May also shows a contraction of 6.8% in May for industrial production. Also issues about the property sector robustness of activity. And of course, China is such a huge part of regional GDP. This is going to affect other countries. We did one study earlier which suggested, if China goes down by, let's say, 0.5 percentage point, then that should reduce growth by something like 0.15 percentage points in the region. Oops. All right. So the other big risk is the war in Ukraine, and you can see there was a huge spike in the political risk indicators, unseen for really quite some time, and this led to a spike in oil prices when the war started. These figures are the projections as of the time of our report 2 months ago, but since then, prices have been above 100 for oil, $100 a barrel, and jumped up, I think, to over 120 when the EU announced stricter sanctions on oil imports from Russia. We expect it to moderate downward as supply begins to respond, but still very uncertain what the course of the sanctions will be. We've done an analysis in response to concerns by senior management at ADB about what would happen if oil prices reached $200 a barrel, which you could envision if the war escalated and EU imposed an immediate, complete ban on oil imports, which they haven't done yet. It's been a more gradual ban. And we looked at a few scenarios, one where the main impact was just the oil price and nothing else. A second scenario where it also led to unanchored inflation expectations, so forced monetary authorities in the West and other places to raise interest rates. And then a third scenario where it really created global financial instability with economic outlooks and expectations all downward, and then financial outflows, a much worse scenario. And you can see that just the oil price itself would not have a big effect on growth. It would have a reasonably 1% increase in the inflation rate. This is for Asia. And then if you had the inflation expectations or then the more severe global turmoil, then obviously the growth impacts become very large, much more significant, and inflation effects also increase. For most of Asia, because they don't have direct economic ties in terms of trade investment with Russia and Ukraine, the main effect is the oil price. And so there are some countries that are oil net exporters in Asia, which actually will benefit from higher oil prices, but many are net importers, especially Pacific Island countries, Cambodia, Singapore, some others. And so if you look at commodity prices, it's really, the food prices on the right, it's really wheat, corn, sunflower seeds, sunflower oil, which all have had spikes, but rice has been fairly steady, which has been good for Asia. And finally, with the learning loss issues, we've done some analysis of what is the economic cost of school closures. You know, the average child in Asia, experienced quite a lengthy school closure of maybe 2/3 of a year. And we calculate that this will cost, in terms of future GDP sacrificed, given the productivity effects, it's equivalent to something like 13% of regional GDP. We also find big differences shown in this slide on the impacts on poorer households versus richer households and girls versus boys. You can also see the biggest effect are in South Asia, where school closures were the longest. So let me conclude by saying a couple of words about what governments need to do in the face of all of these challenges. And really, it's a balancing act, right? Because on the one hand, countries want to support economic recovery, they want to achieve sustainable development goals, and realize a green transition. But at the same time, they face really heightened macroeconomic risks due to elevated debt levels after several years of spending in response to the pandemic, as well as now all of these inflation risks. And we're really quite concerned that other countries may confront balance of payments and other issues if there's a recession and if interest rates are higher and there's all these spending needs. So each economy has to weigh these trade-offs in light of their specific circumstances. Many countries have avoided raising interest rates because they are not experiencing high inflation in their country, but everyone is monitoring the situation very closely. We are trying to emphasize that even as countries address and manage these crises, they still need to stay focused on sustaining growth dynamism over the longer term. And that means, number one, being committed to regional and global economic integration. We have all this talk about breaking up, global into different systems, nearshoring, reshoring, friendshoring. But Asia has always benefited from integration, and in particular, to allow poorer countries to enter into global value chains, and for small and medium enterprises to enter global trade and have more economic activity. I think global integration and regional integration still should be a high priority. And of course, we need to invest in these key areas of digitalization, green energy transition, and education and worker skills. And finally, it's a pretty opportune time to think about ways to mobilize more tax revenues to increase fiscal space when there's so much demand for funds. And we have a special session later where we're going to talk quite a lot about this issue about how to mobilize tax revenues. I have other colleagues at the ADB who will be participating in that session. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Park. As he hinted, he set the perfect stage for what the challenges are for Asian countries and to all countries around the world. And then as a second speaker, our second speaker is Dr. Young-sun Go, who is the Vice President of the Korea Development Institute. And since it is the KEA's 70th anniversary, he will talk about what Korea should be in this new world order. Okay, please welcome Dr. Ko.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kim. The title of my presentation is Korea in the New World. It is a rather ambitious title, but I'm going to limit myself to describing some simple relationship between labor productivity and the value-added trade, value-added imports and exports. So let me move to the first slide. This shows that Korea has achieved a spectacular economic growth since the 1960s. I will skip most of the first few pages because of the time limit. Korea's economic growth has been led by productivity improvement, especially in the modern sectors such as manufacturing and construction. The next slide shows the labor productivity by sector. And the blue line traces the labor productivity in manufacturing. And as you can see, the labor productivity in manufacturing was lower than that in services in the 1960s. But the growth of productivity in the manufacturing sectors accelerated in 1990s and overtook the labor productivity in the service in around 2000. Nowadays, the productivity in manufacturing is about twice the level in the services. So what was behind the manufacturing's accelerate growth in the 1990s? Of course, sorry. I'm confused about moving backward and forward. Nice. Okay. Sorry. Okay, of course, the first candidate is innovation. And as we all know, the R&D spending in Korea as a percentage of GDP is one of the highest in the world. Actually, we are following Israel in this regard. And the graph on the right shows the trend in our R&D spending since the 1970s. And the growth of R&D spending accelerated in the 1980s, and it was led by the innovation activities in the private sector. Another important contributor should be the globalization since the 1980s. On the left, I draw the imports and exports as a percentage of GDP for Korea. And you can see the trade volume increased rapidly as a percentage of GDP in the mid-1990s. And then it slowed down after the global financial crisis at around 2010. In composition, we also have observed very large changes. And initially, most of our trade was with the United States or Japan and other advanced countries. But nowadays, about half of our trade is with the developing countries, including China. So the trade appears to have played an important role in boosting the productivity of the Korean economy, especially the Korean manufacturing sector. The question is, what the changes in the recent global environment would lead in the coming years? As this graph shows, the global trade volume as a percentage of global GDP rose steadily in the 1970s up to the 2000. But the first setback came in the form of global financial crisis in 2008, 2009, 2010. And we are facing another setback in recent years in the form of COVID-19 and recent disruption in the global supply chain following the wars in Europe. So what would be the implication for the Korean economy and for the productivity in particular? I used the inter-country input-output table, ICIO table, produced by OECD. I used two versions, 2016 edition and 2018 edition. These two editions have different coverages of the countries and of the sectors. The most important change between these two editions is the standard industrial classification. The 2016 edition is based on revision 3, while the 2018 edition is based on revision 4. And I use this data to compute the ultimate destination of exports and also the ultimate source of imports in terms of value added, focusing on the manufacturing sector. And then I examined the relationship between the labor productivity on the one hand and the import contents and export contents on the other hand. This is the exports and labor productivity as of 1995. So on the x-axis, I drew the value-added exports divided by total production of value added within Korea. So the horizontal axis indicates the amount of value added that was produced within Korea, then exported and consumed in other countries, in foreign countries. And on the vertical axis, on the y-axis, I drew the labor productivity. The data comes from the OECD's 10 database, structural analysis database. And this is only for the manufacturing sector. And the relationship between productivity and export contents looks a little bit hazy. I mean, there does not seem to be any clear relationship between productivity and export contents as of 1995. The picture changes in the later years, and this shows the relationship as of 2015. And the uppermost dot is the I cannot see it on the screen. This D19, it is coke and refined petroleum products. So this is a very capital-intensive industry, capital-intensive sector, and the labor productivity, a large part of labor productivity should come from the value added to the equipment and facilities. So if you exclude this sector, there seems to be a clear positive relationship between labor productivity and export contents of value added. So if you run a regression, simple univariate regression, you would find a very strong positive coefficient from this graph. Now, moving to the input side, I drew a similar relationship between labor productivity and import contents. Again, on the x-axis, on the horizontal axis, I put the value-added imports divided by the total use of value added. So this indicates that the amount of value added that was consumed within Korea, but which has been imported from foreign countries, and by sector, I mean. And unlike in the case of exports, we can find some positive relationship between productivity and import contents as of 1995. Now, if you run a similar regression, you would also find a positive and significant coefficient. For 2015, you find an even stronger relationship between productivity and import contents. Again, there is an outlier, D19, which is again the coke and refined petroleum products. So I excluded this sector from the regression, from the data, and run a regression year by year. I mean, the cross-sectional regression. within the manufacturing sector year by year. And the graphs show the beta coefficient together with 90% confidence interval. On the left is the labor productivity versus value-added exports, and on the right-hand side is the labor productivity versus value-added imports. There are 3 points that I want to make out of these two graphs. The first is that the coefficients are positive in both cases. So there seems to be a positive relationship between labor productivity and value-added contents of exports or imports. The second point is that this relationship, this beta coefficient, has been increasing over the years, right? On the left-hand side, you see the beta coefficient for exports grew in the 1990s and 2000, but then entering 2010s, the coefficients does not increase. So after the global financial crisis, the relationship has been more or less stabilizing. On the right-hand side, similarly, you can find the rising increasing relationship between labor productivity and value-added imports. A third point is that comparing the graph on the left and the graph on the right, you can see that the relationship is much stronger for imports than for exports. So of course, I'm not claiming any causal relationship between productivity and international trade. There is this reminds us of the old debate about the causal relationship between productivity and international trade on a micro level. We are dealing with sectoral data, so this is a rather different setting, but still we cannot tell the causal relationship between productivity and international trade. But still, I found this relationship very interesting, and then I will manage within less than 2 minutes. I did a similar exercise for other OECD countries. And before doing that, I will explain the findings regarding the decomposition into OECD and non-OECD countries. A question comes up to our mind whether the increasing relationship between productivity and international trade may be coming from the increasing trade with China and other developing countries. And I decomposed the data into OECD countries and non-OECD countries. Still, we can find a strong relationship between productivity growth and international trade, even for the case of OECD, the trade with OECD countries. The last part is the international comparison. I did a similar exercise over other OECD countries, and these are the results. These are the results, and overall, I would conclude that a similar trend can be found in other OECD countries. There seems to be a positive relationship between productivity and value-added trade, and the relationship became weaker in the post-global financial crisis period. And the relationship between productivity and trade is stronger for imports than for exports. But overall, we can also conclude that the relationship looks strongest and largest in the case of Korea. So this is my conclusion. To summarize, the growth of labor productivity in manufacturing in the 1990s and 2000s was accompanied by the increasing integration with the global economy, especially on the import side. The slowdown in the 2010s was similarly accompanied by the slowing pace of global integration. A further deceleration in globalization due to the new Cold War, disruption in the global supply chain, or the proliferating trade blocs would bode ill for the Korean economy. Raising productivity through internal adjustment, for example, through reforms in the education sector and the labor market would be helpful in this situation. In particular, given the large gap in productivity between the manufacturing sector and the service sector, efforts are needed to improve efficiency in the service sector. Thank you very much. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Ko. So we heard from these two presenters about the challenges to Korea and Asia. Now we'll have three presenters online. Are they ready? So the three will talk about the three, probably the most important topics for the Asia. Okay, so now our third speaker is Professor Young-Rok Chung at Seoul National University, and he will talk about the issue Dr. Park is keenly interested in, and his title is IPEF and China's Economic Development. Let's welcome Professor Chung.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kim, and I'm honored to, give my, ideas to this wonderful anniversaries of KEA, and KEA is one of the, super aged academic association because this is 70th anniversary. So, and another, why I was invited, maybe it is related with, I observed more than 30 years of Chinese economic development from late 1980s to current days. So I have, that slides, but due to the time constraint, I think now we'll talk without having look at the slides. The first point is, when I was, observed China, the year 2008 was one of the most important year because that brought not only to the big shock to globe, but also to China. And why I'm talking about this, that in current days, IPEF was initiated by the President Joe Biden from United States, and this might be excluding China into that bloc, and that is another, very shocking moment to accept as an academicians because it might be give another big shock to the globe. And the year 2008, why it is important? China was, a cooperative to rescuing the global, big recession possibly occurred after having a global financial crisis. And just to flip back and then forward in the year 2013, all of a sudden I observed that, a Chinese foreign exchange reserve has skyrocketed to over $4 trillion US. Around that time, the economic size was not so big enough, but the foreign exchange reserve was over $4 trillion US. And then there is, another shocking observation to me because China was such a dynamic in international trade, but accumulating more than $4 trillion US foreign exchange reserve. That would have been some cause. What is the triggering of that? And then I just trace back to the year 2008. And around 2008, there would have been more than $1 trillion US foreign investment arrived to China. And my observation was, more than 1/3 of those foreign direct investment was exited from China. And then this is, indirect technology transfer from the hands of many leading companies of the world to the hands of the Chinese, that the managers. And that would have been caused a big increase in international trade surplus by Chinese side. So my first point was, the year 2008 was global shock, but it was a big, opportunity to China to acquire the technology from leading companies of the world. That has caused, a big accumulation of foreign exchange reserve in the year of 2013, and afterwards that was working totally I think, differently in the world. This is my first point. And second point is, China is not, I guess, the typical Asian development, China is not, I think, tracking the typical Asian development, only based on trade. And every year, I think, I visited China more than 3-4 times, and almost 30 years, more than 30 years, then you can calculate how many times I visited China. And recently, I just separate every year, not to only, capital city area and other areas too, to compare the development. I like to feel the aside development stages of it. And then I found that China has a couple of different, I think, regional development performance achievement. So what I thought was, China is basically, as of moment, but it is limited because, for the last couple of years, I couldn't be paying a visit to China due to the corona pandemic. But up until 3 years ago, my accumulation of experience is that, China has almost completed the one China economies, having a couple of different regional economic centers. So, for example, in Beijing areas, in Shanghai areas, and also central China and for southern part of the China. And the industry structure is quite different among different regions. And that was all connected by, I think, high-speed railways, and that is a good point for a continuing economic development of China. I think, so that might be a positive side. That's second, and then I just touch on to the IPEF, and internationally, many previous presenters, I think Albert and also Dr. Go emphasized the importance of the role of trade to the development, and I provided one summary tables, and we have some kind of a competition among regional trade agreements. TPP started earlier, and that was, initiated by the United States, but afterwards it was, done by Japan. And the second one is, RCEF, that, and then very currently IPF once again initiated by United States. And I checked, and the size of each circles, GDP size and population and trade, them all, and then TPP, RCEF, RCEP, and IPF are mutually, I think, inclusive and also mutually, exclusive. The key country was United States and China. So I read, IPF a statement, and then I found that there was non-exclusiveness of the memberships. I think that is not excluding China, but Chinese government is interpreted in different ways. It would be the kind of exclusion of China in this circle. So what I thought that is it really possible to separate a traditional industry and new industries of those semiconductors and bios and others? I don't think that would be possible. So IPF has a lot of, I think, difficulties in detailed, I think, agreement. So that might be taking a long while. So this is one. And another, very important thing is, since the start of the Bretton Woods, Korea, Japan, and China are supported by United States. So if I just sum up very casual words, then Japan, Korea, China are very similar to, I think, U.S. product. So current and the situation is somewhat different, but anyway, it is a result of the U.S. support. We achieved this kind of wonderful, I think, economic performance. So what I'm thinking is, So why we are suffering, why we have facing totally different, I think, the economic problems in current days of many countries. And I thought that that it might be really a paradigm shift. So why we have paradigm shift? I just pay attention to two numbers. One number is per capita income level of whole globe has achieved already over $10,000, which might be somewhat a threshold. And that was in the year of 2013. And also at the same time in 2013, trade, export, import divided by a total global economic sizes, hit over 50%. These two numbers is what telling us that we have to think about new, maybe models or new, I think, mission statement of the economic development. I looked up to the World Bank missions for economic development as two directions. One is eradication of poverty, another one is sustainable development. I think we achieved already $10,000 per capita income levels globally, and also we are good enough to globalize, having hit that 50% of the total economic size. So this is giving us some rethinking and give economists new missions, I guess. I already talked about in my slides that three countries, China, Japan, and Korea, has done some of the jobs, I think, accepting new demands for the new development. So my, I think, a last point is, you may share that slide with other participants. Finally, education, systematic education has done a wonderful job in leading to these stages of economic development of Asia and the world. But there are a lot of curiosity and also suspicions of the current systematic education will not work for the best future of it. And that is, I think, new missions and new, I think, agendas to be handled by economists. Thank you once again for the 70th anniversary of KEA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chung, for a nice summary and then to providing challenges for the Asian economy. Okay, now our next speaker is Professor Charles Yuji Horioka from Kobe University, and the title is "The Challenges of an Aging Population in Asia." Professor Horioka, feel free to share the screen when you are ready. And if you have comments for the speakers, please add them. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kim.
Yes, please.
I'm Charles Horioka. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I'm Charles Horioka, of professor at Kobe University in Japan, and also the vice president of the Japanese Economic Association. It's my great honor and pleasure to be able to take part in the plenary session of this conference. And I would like to thank Professor John-Hwa Lee and the other organizers for inviting me. And I would also like to congratulate Professor Lee and the Korean Economic Association on the occasion of its 70th anniversary. The topic I would like to talk about today is the challenges of an aging population in Asia. And there are, of course, currently many challenges facing Korea, Asia, and the world as a whole, such as the ones listed on this slide. And the other panelists have discussed or will discuss many of these challenges. But I would like to focus my discussion on the last challenge listed here, namely population aging. So let me skip my outline because of the lack of time and just talk immediately about the definition of population aging. Well, there are many definitions of population aging, but the most common one is an increase in the share of the elderly population, defined as the population aged 65 and older to the total population. And to give you a few more definitions, an aging society is usually defined as a society in which the share of the elderly population is 7% or higher. An aged society is a society in which the share of the population of the elderly population is 14% or higher. And a super aged society is a society in which the share of the elderly population is 20% or higher. So with these definitions in mind, I want to show you some data on population aging in Asia. This table here shows the proportion, the share of the elderly population in various countries in Asia. And as you can see from this table, there's enormous diversity among the Asian countries. Japan is the only country that is already a super aged society with a share of the elderly population in excess of 20%. Hong Kong, South Korea, and Taiwan are already aged societies with a share of the elderly population of greater than 14%. And there are 7 countries in Asia that are already aging societies with a share of the elderly population in excess of 7%. At the other extreme, there are countries like Laos, Timor-Leste, and Afghanistan, which have very, very low shares of the elderly population, only 3 or 4%. Next, I want to present some data on the timing of population aging. As you can see, this table shows the time period during which the aged share of the population reached 14%. In other words, reached the threshold for an aged society. You can see that Japan was the first Asian country to become an aged society, doing so in the early 1990s. And Korea will also be relatively early in terms of the timing of population aging. But for example, Pakistan will not become an aged society until the late 2070s. So you can see that there's, which is about 85 years later than Japan. So you can see there's enormous diversity also in the timing of population aging. And there are basically 2 causes of population aging: declining fertility and increasing life expectancy. And I want to focus for a moment on the first of the first cause, namely declining fertility. This table shows the total fertility rate, the number of children born by the average woman in the Asian countries. And you can see that South Korea has by far the lowest total fertility rate in Asia and in the world, 0.84. And Hong Kong is also very low. Singapore, Taiwan, Macau, Japan are also very low. At the other extreme, you have countries like Pakistan, Timor-Leste, Afghanistan that have very, very high total fertility rates of 3 or 4. So in terms of fertility as well, there's enormous diversity among the Asian countries. And South Korea is the outlier in this respect. And of course, everyone in Korea is very worried about this problem. So next, I want to turn to the issue of whether population aging is a good thing or a bad thing. Well, here there is a so-called fallacy of composition. Population aging or aging is a good thing from the point of view of individuals because it allows them to live longer and healthier lives. But what's good for the individual may not be good for the country or the world as a whole. And population aging poses a number of threats to the country or the world as a whole. And the life cycle model that's often used in economics sheds light on what those threats are. So let me just talk for a half a minute about the life cycle model. This model, of course, assumes that people work and save when they're young and retire and dissave or decumulate their assets when they are old. As a result, the age structure of the population will affect the proportion of the population that is working and also the proportion of the population that is saving. since the aging of the population will lower the proportion of the population that is working, it may lead to labor shortages. Moreover, since the aging of the population will also lower the proportion of the population that is saving, it may also lead to saving or capital shortages. And third, since many government social insurance schemes, such as old age pensions, healthcare, and long-term care, are age-related, expenditures on such schemes can be expected to increase as the population ages, leading to strains on government finances. So population aging will potentially have at least three adverse effects on the country or the world as a whole: labor shortages, saving or capital shortages, and strains on government finances. And these adverse effects can be avoided either by slowing the speed of population aging and or by implementing various policies that would reduce these adverse impacts. So let me turn finally to a few policy implications or recommendations. The first issue I want to talk about is how to slow the speed of population aging. Obviously, the most obvious way to do this would be to raise the fertility rate, for example, by providing subsidies to those who have children, expanding childcare facilities to make it easier for women with children to work, introducing or expanding maternal or paternal leave and childcare leave, and so on. And another way to do it would be to increase immigration, especially of relatively young people. Turning to recommendations about how to alleviate labor shortages, I think the best, by far, the best policy in this regard would be to encourage the elderly to work more and to work longer. Since people are not only living longer, but also remaining healthy longer, I think this is the best solution. But we could also rely on other measures, such as encouraging women to work more, allowing more foreign workers into the country, and substituting capital for labor by using more capital-intensive technologies. Turning to how to alleviate saving shortages, I think probably the most effective policy would be to encourage households to save more, for example, by introducing tax incentives for saving, expanding financial education, raising financial literacy. And there are various other policies that I've listed here. One policy I want to mention is that you could always borrow or import saving from abroad. If there are countries abroad that have saving surpluses, there's always the option of borrowing from these countries, although of course there's a limit to how much you can borrow. And turning to the final set of policy measures, how to alleviate strains on government finances. Well, in my opinion, the best policy is to make all social insurance schemes, including public pension schemes, fully funded, because that means that their finances will not be affected at all by population aging. But this is difficult to do in countries that have already launched pay-as-you-go social insurance schemes, because it's not necessarily that easy to transition from a pay-as-you-go system to a fully funded system. In such cases, more ad hoc measures might be needed, such as reducing pension benefits, delaying the age at which pensions are paid, and so on. But what I would recommend is, even if ad hoc measures are used, that attention should be paid to ensure that intergenerational inequities do not arise. So since I'm running out of time, my overall conclusion about population aging is that it is not necessarily all that serious a threat to the world economy, and the three potential adverse impacts of population aging can be alleviated by adopting the appropriate government policies. One problem is that population aging is occurring at a relatively early stage of development in many countries, meaning that they have to prepare themselves for it even before they develop fully. But in the case of many countries, population aging will not occur for several decades, so they have plenty of time to prepare for it. So we should therefore give greater priority to more urgent crises, such as the ones that the other panelists have talked about for the present time, but always keep in the back of our mind how we should prepare for population aging. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Horioka. Okay, so he raised the issue of the aging population in Asia. And then our last speaker is Professor Warwick McKibbitt at Australian National University, who will raise another, the very important long-run issue for Asia. Title of his talk is Climate Risk and Asia. Warwick, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me, Janelle?
Yes, I do.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate KEA for the 70th anniversary and particularly thank Professor Zhonghua Li and Professor Janelle Kim for inviting me to give this presentation to this important symposium. I'm just trying to change. Okay, so what I want to do is just reinforce the climate challenge the world faces, talk a little bit about some work we've done on the implication of climate change risks, and then talk a little briefly about how you can get to net zero emissions by 2050 by combining sensible climate policy with green investment. So we all know that there's a serious challenge to avoid the 3 to 6 degrees Celsius temperature increases by 2100. The world really does have to target net zero emissions by 2050. What does this look like? Well, this chart on the right-hand side is from the the IMF World Economic Outlook from October 2020. We did a projection, the business as usual projection from our model, which looked at policies that were in place in 2020 and where emissions will continue to rise out to the end of the century. How that translates to temperatures is on the left-hand chart. And you can see there's the upper blue band. The expected temperature change from that sort of emission profile is the center part of that blue chart. And then the uncertainty generated by uncertainty about climate sensitivity gives you the variance. So you've got not only potentially high temperatures, but a very large range of temperatures when you get out even to the end of this century. This is a very important issue. Even if we achieve the net zero emissions, which is the two right-hand projections of emission profiles, you can see that the temperature still by 2100 will be above 2 degrees Celsius and could be well above that or below that, depending on the climate sensitivity. So this is a big issue that needs to be taken account of. We need policies in place, but why is it important? Well, it's important because of climate risks. There's a paper we published last year which looked at the impact of climate shocks, climate policy, and changes in climate risk assessment using one of our modelling frameworks. It's a joint paper with Roshan Fernando, Weifeng Liu, and myself. And what we looked at in there were the three different types of risk. One is physical climate risk. This comes about because of changes in temperatures feeding back into the economy through changing productivity of workers. It also comes about through extreme events, and this is a new work. Most of the projections people have done have looked at the chronic climate change. We've developed a methodology for looking at how extreme shocks based on historical data combined with the projections of temperature changes from climate models, how that might lead to an increased frequency of extreme shocks, droughts, floods, forest fires, etc. So that's climate risk, that's the physical risk, that's happening now. This is not something about the long run, this is that we're observing it in countries today. The second issue we look at is the transition risk. This is the impact on the economic structures of changing climate policy to achieve the net zero by 2050. Net zero by 2050 implies a massive transformation of the global economy, how energy is produced, how energy is consumed. It is a fundamental shift in a paradigm shift in the next 30 years. And the final thing we looked at was what happens to financial markets when people realize that they haven't been pricing these risks appropriately. I won't talk about that. But what we do in the paper then is we look at different scenarios. There's a set of scenarios called representative concentration pathways. These give you different projections about concentrations and how they impact on temperatures. We then take the temperature projections and feed them through what we call damage functions, which we estimate at the sectoral level by country, by sector. So we look at how historical experience of changes in climate events have impacted on different sectors in different countries. And then we use those projections, those estimations to feed in the temperature projections to get the impacts on the domestic economy. I won't talk about the model, it's called the JEA-KIEP model. There's a slide at the end that can tell you how to find it. Professor Zhonghua Li and I have published several papers, particularly on Korean unification using this particular model. Let's look at the physical risk. We have a whole range of scenarios and they all relate to different degrees of radiative forcing, or in other words, translated into different temperature projections by the 2100. I'll just pull out some results for one of these scenarios. And again, we're looking at chronic climate change. This changes productivity of each sector in each country, and it changes the effectiveness of labour supply. It reduces labour productivity. And we also feed in extreme climate events. What numbers do you get when you look at the world? And this chart shows you the deviation in GDP per year on average across different decades. And so this says, for example, for China, over the decade 2021 to 2030, under the assumption of a fairly low temperature increase of RCP 4.5, China's GDP is 2.4% per year lower than it otherwise would be. And you can see that this is quite different across regions and quite different across time. Some impacts developing countries in the rest of the world are impacted far more than advanced economies. We also look at it at the sectoral level. And if you look at these results, this is just a snapshot, the average between 2021 and 2050 under the same scenario. And you can see that different sectors are impacted very differently within a country, and different countries are impacted very differently across countries. So this is a serious problem that we face now. It's not something that we have to worry about in 2050. This has economic implications this decade and the next decade. What about transition risk? So the transition risk is how do you achieve net zero? In this example, we're just going to use the most effective policy, which is a carbon tax designed to achieve net zero in each country in the world by 2050. And again, with the transition risk, you see the same issues. The GDP impacts are very different across countries. The sectoral impacts are very different within a country. So there's a lot of very large relative price movements and relative output movements. To give you an idea, this is just taking a snapshot for the next decade of how much deviation GDP will be relative to what it would have been across regions. And it varies from almost no difference for the United States to a very large difference of 10% of GDP lost by 2032 in Russia. So what is important here is it's not just that we should be using a single policy. What we find in the World Economic Outlook work, where with Florence Lamont and my co-authors, is that a package of policies, carbon pricing combined with a green recovery focusing on infrastructure and subsidies to renewable energy, much better outcome for the world economy. This is my final slide, so let me just spend a little bit of time on this. On the left-hand side, you have business as usual. So the red line is the emissions that come out of the projections that I showed you in the first slide. Then we accumulate the policies. So to get from the red line to the green line, we're putting in infrastructure programs which has a green bias. So we're putting in place various policies such as infrastructure, transportation networks, which have low carbon emitting. And you can see that infrastructure will get you down to some part of it. Adding subsidies and other policies will get you a little bit more. But the most effective way to get down to the net zero is through a carbon pricing mechanism. So the carbon pricing changes the price of carbon, increases the cost of fossil fuels. People will substitute away in energy generation, but also in their entire structure of the economy will change due to substitution. Now, on the right-hand side, there's an important lesson. This is the change in real GDP at the global level. This is actually done by country, but I'm just aggregating it at the global level. This shows you what happens over 3 different decades of steps. So 2021 to 23, 36 to 38, and 2050 to 52. Now, the black line shows you what happens to world GDP when all the packages occur together. So what we've achieved here is a net zero with world GDP by 2050 where it was otherwise was going to be. But what's interesting is that if you look at the impact on GDP, the blue box shows you how much the carbon tax impacts, and the carbon pricing reduces GDP. Green infrastructure increases GDP, and then we also account for avoided damages from lower temperature profiles, etc. And we also account for co-benefits coming from less pollution from the use of fossil fuels. But the point here is that the most effective way to get emissions down is with a carbon tax. But the most costly way of getting emissions down is with a carbon tax. And you need to combine policies at the global and the national level that give you both the infrastructure, in the short run, a Keynesian kind of stimulus, and the long run, a productivity stimulus to offset the negative effects of the carbon tax. So anyone who's interested in the model, it's available at the JEA-KIEP website. I should mention that the Network for Greening the Financial System is producing a major report next week, will be released, where we take the NGFS scenarios that come from climate models and we do scenarios using JEA-KIEP to see how the economic models that we produce line up with the integrated assessment models. And that will be available and launched next week. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy. Okay, we heard from the 5 presenters. We have a few minutes left. So Dr. Park and Dr. Go, and any comments or responses or anything comments for the other 4 or 3 presenters? Yeah, maybe you have thought about those issues, aging and the carbon tax.
Well, I can make a couple of reactions. One is about the Indo-Pacific, economic framework, which the Biden administration has been promoting recently. And recently, when I was in Washington, D.C. For the spring meetings of the World Bank, IMF, I tried and get a sense from different think tank people in D.C. about what the view was and what the strategy was. And it seemed, I had a couple of impressions. One was that they were still very much working out the content. It still was being discussed, and we had a meeting with the U.S. Trade Representative also and asked a bunch of questions about this. And so in some sense, I think Asia should welcome that the U.S. is trying to engage the region, and to the extent that it can promote common standards and promote better economic integration, I think that will be a plus, especially in areas that they're focusing on, like digital services trade, et cetera. On the other hand, there is some concern, I think, about the fact that they're focusing their efforts on a specific set of countries initially, and so it's not including not even all of ASEAN, let alone all of Asia, and in particular China, I think, is being viewed as, by assumption, almost excluded from the initiative. And so I think that will, of course, make it difficult for a couple of reasons. One is that countries may not be able to assess the benefits when it's more exclusive, whereas in a multilateral framework, I think people will feel more confident. And I think the other risk is that some countries will feel, many countries in the region do not want to have to be making choices between, relations with China and relations with the U.S. And to the extent that it's presented as a choice, that will also create difficulties, I think, for having making it a more productive exercise. The other concerns about IPEF, I think, one is that it's because of the political situation in the U.S., it's going to be impossible for Congress to pass a tax treaty of any type. So this is not intended as something that will be put in force with full legal force in the U.S., which means that in the future, if there's a change in administration, it can be completely reversed by a new administration. So that will also create some uncertainty for countries to commit to these things. And the other concern is that there's no provision for market access benefits to countries to participate in IPEF. They're very much emphasizing this is not that you're going to get some kind of better treatment for importing things to the U.S. And I think the lack of these clear market access benefits may also make it more challenging to get lots of countries to feel that they're getting something from participating. So those are just some reactions about IPEF, because it's really currently being discussed in so many countries. I think it'll be interesting to see how that moves forward.
Thank you. Dr. Ko?
I just want to add to the discussion by Professor Horioka on the fertility issue. As he mentioned, Korea has the lowest total fertility rate in the world. And we have been struggling with the issue for over a decade or 2 decades. But the fertility rate has been declining all over these periods. And one aspect that I want to point out is the balance between work and family life for women. And of course, everybody knows that the work-life balance is perhaps one of the most important factors determining the fertility rate. I just want to point out that the gap between the use of maternity leave and childcare leave by mothers between those working in large companies and those working in small and medium-sized enterprises. Those working in large enterprises can freely use the maternity leave and childcare leave. Over 90% of women can take about advantage of this institution. But those working in small and medium-sized companies, only about half or less of the female workers can take advantage of this maternity leave and childcare leave. So basically, I believe that the increasing the size of the companies may be one of the most important solutions to the problem. I mean, as you may know, the size of the enterprises is smaller in Korea than in most other OECD countries. I mean, as a country grows, usually we have less and less self-employed workers, and we have more and more workers working in large companies. In terms of the firm size, Korea is between the developing countries and advanced countries. We have a lot of room to improve in that respect. And as the size of the firm grows in Korea, perhaps women will find it easier to balance work and life. But I think this aspect has been neglected in most of our discussion on the fertility rate. But I think this is perhaps one of the most important factors to consider in future policies on fertility. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Go. Yep. So we'll have out of time, but I will give 1 minute to the 3 Zoom presenters. Professor Chung, you raise your hand, so I'll give you 1 minute.
Well, I have one question to the McEwen about what the responses from Australian government for your results.
Warwick, we have 1 minute.
Yeah, so we did the modelling that came up with the Paris Accord targets of 26 to 28%, and we managed to get that on the table, even though the Prime Minister Abbott at the time didn't want any targets. So the research is heavily used in Australia, but not publicly acknowledged because of the political situation, which has just changed.
Thank you.
Okay, Professor Horioka, you have our last minute.
Oh.
Warwick, did you intend to? Okay, please.
I was just answering the question. I just wanted to raise 2 issues which I think are really important. Charles Horioka makes this point, but I want to stress it. You don't have to just raise fertility. One way of getting the workers into the Korean economy is embodied in goods. So you bring in goods through trade, which embody the missing workers. That is a really good way of actually moving the labour force around without actually doing immigration. I think that's a very important point. And on productivity, the service industry productivity is very important. Service industry is a very labour-intensive sector. So if you can raise productivity in services and free up workers to spread throughout the economy, that is a very important source of economic growth in Korea. So I think those results on productivity, which are very consistent with Professor Jong-Hwa Lee and my work on this, that is another area where I think there could be a lot of focus.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Professor Horioka, you have a last minute.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate the reactions to my presentation, and in particular, I'm not at all familiar with the Korean case, so I very much appreciate learning about this big gap between the large firms and the small and medium firms. Clearly, something has to be done about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Professor Ka, and thank you all the 5 presenters. So please join me in thanking the presenters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next sessions will start at 3:30, so in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for joining the seminar. We have two presenters and two discussants. We will start this presentation by Professor Kim, or would you come first? Okay. We will start the session with the presentation by Professor Dong-Hyun Park from ADB.
I'm Dong-Hyun Park of ADB's Research Department, and this afternoon I will present the Asian Development Outlook 2022 special theme chapter on mobilizing taxes for development. The ADO is ADB's annual flagship economic report published twice a year in April and again in September. In 2021, thanks to robust export growth and recovering domestic demand, developing Asia rebounded by 6.9%. This was better than the 5% of advanced economies, 6.7% of Latin America, 3.1% of Middle East and North Africa, and 3.5% of Sub-Saharan Africa. But moving forward, support for medium and long-term development will require the mobilization of domestic fiscal resources, especially taxes. For developing Asia, a large amount of annual public spending was already required for development purposes even before COVID-19. Furthermore, public spending on education, healthcare, and social protection is lower in developing Asia than in the advanced economies. These two charts show that higher tax revenues are positively associated with higher spending on education and healthcare, and this correlation is especially strong in developing Asia. Clearly, improving the efficiency of public spending can help free up fiscal resources, and private finance can also contribute substantially. However, greater mobilization of tax revenues is needed to support spending on sustainable development. This chart shows before COVID-19, the region's tax revenues increased but remained relatively low at around 16% of GDP. That was a little below Latin America and well below OECD economies. Within the region, tax revenues of South Asia and Southeast Asia tend to be lower than other sub-regions. Generally, Asia's developing economies depend heavily on consumption taxes, especially the value-added tax, or VAT, and corporate income taxes. On the other hand, relatively little revenue is generated from personal income tax and property tax. Predictably, COVID-19 has had a negative impact on Asia's tax revenues. Based on our data, tax revenues have declined across the region, even more than during previous episodes of economic slowdown. In the coming years, it is likely that a careful fiscal consolidation will be required in many economies of the region. And where fiscal spending is already low, tax revenue mobilization will be all the more important as the economy recovers. If we benchmark tax revenues against each country's economic structure and economic activities, we find that there is significant potential to increase tax revenues by as much as 3 to 4% of the region's GDP. How to best mobilize taxes depends on economy-specific priorities and economic-specific circumstances. Consider tax expenditures. Tax expenditures are special tax concessions. For example, tax breaks designed to attract foreign direct investment. This chart shows that tax expenditures sacrifice about 14% of total tax revenues. These tax expenditures are not reported and scrutinized like other fiscal items. They're also difficult to remove, and they also yield somewhat hard to measure benefits. For instance, surveys of foreign investors suggest that these fiscal incentives are less important than other factors in attracting foreign investment. The overall business environment, including the quality of physical infrastructure and the availability of skilled workers, is much more important. Therefore, to better mobilize fiscal resources, tax expenditures must be evaluated and reported more systematically. The value-added tax, or VAT, is developing Asia's core tax revenue source, but nevertheless, it can be better utilized. The ratio of VAT revenues to GDP is lower in developing Asia than in both Latin America and OECD economies. Developing Asia can potentially strengthen VAT through tax base broadening, including better coverage of digital commerce activities. The region is home to a large and fast-growing digital economy. Furthermore, as this chart shows, the standard VAT rates are, on average, lower in developing Asia than in Latin America and much lower than in OECD economies. In recent years, developing Asia witnessed several VAT-related developments. For example, Vanuatu increased its VAT rate from 12.5% to 15% in 2018, and Indonesia announced that its VAT rate will increase from 10% to 11% in 2022. This chart shows that self-employment has declined in Asia. Generally, self-employment tends to limit the earnings data needed by tax authorities. So this trend toward declining self-employment is supportive of greater personal income tax mobilization. In some economies, the personal income tax rates are set at low levels, and the top marginal rates apply at very high income levels. These can be revised to boost tax revenue. Asian countries can also mobilize more property taxes by improving property valuation and coordinating more closely with local governments. As for developing Asia's corporate income taxes, the two-pillar multilateral initiative under the inclusive framework is promising. This should ease the pressure of tax competition and provide greater certainty to taxpayers as well as tax administration. Beyond the core taxes, environmental taxes also have potential for the region. Some Asian economies have used environmental taxes, including fossil fuel taxes, but collected relatively little revenue from them. More recently, some economies in the region have started implementing carbon taxes and carbon emission trading schemes. But governments tend to be cautious due to competitiveness and distributional concerns. The chart shows that carbon tax rates and carbon tax revenues are quite low in the region relative to other parts of the world. For carbon emission trading schemes, the permits are often distributed free of charge, which limits their revenue generation. To help address distributional effects and smooth the implementation, transfer programs like rebates to vulnerable end users may be useful for developing Asia's economies. As in other regions, the use of alcohol, tobacco, and sugar-sweetened beverages are linked with the rising incidence of non-communicable diseases. The region is also hit hard by health costs related to these products. Taxing such unhealthy products is a cost-effective way to discourage unhealthy consumption. But these health taxes remain too low. For example, this chart shows that cigarette taxes for developing Asia, the blue solid line, are much lower than cigarette taxes in advanced economies, in pink solid line. The data also suggest that the revenue from tobacco-related taxes is below the overall costs and damages associated with tobacco consumption. For developing Asia, there is potential for corrective health taxes to generate additional tax revenues of up to 0.6% of GDP. This last slide shows that several economies in developing Asia implemented successful reforms that significantly increased tax revenues. Their experience points to the central role of political leadership and public buy-in in the success of reforms. Timing is also important. Reforms may be more acceptable during difficult periods when the stakeholders understand the urgency of tax reform. For developing Asia, the reform of the value-added tax, or VAT, is often an integral part of an effective reform package. Broader economic reform also plays a major role. For example, reducing business registration costs can help expand the formal economy, which in turn expands the tax base for tax collection. Many developing economies in Asia can also benefit from the use of technology, especially information technology, as well as more human resources in their tax administration. Finally, it goes without saying that Asian governments can improve taxpayers' willingness to pay taxes by improving the quality of public spending and public services. You can freely access the Asian Development Outlook on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dong-Hyun Park, who is the principal economist of the Macroeconomics Research Division of the Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department of ADB. Thank you for your very informative survey of the tax policies across the Asian countries. The next speaker is Dr. Irfan Qureshi. He comes from the same division of ADB.
Thank you very much. So this is on? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you to the President, Professor Jongwha Lee, and to the organizers of the KEA for inviting us to present this paper on tax enforcement and innovation at this very special conference. So my name is Irfan Qureshi, and I'm an economist at the Research Department at ADB. This is a joint work in progress with Tom Park and with a colleague of ours, a former colleague of mine actually, Gufran Ahmed, who's an assistant professor at NUST in Pakistan. So let me start by presenting the motivation of the paper. So in this paper, what we want to study is we want to study whether tax enforcement has any bearing or effect on innovation and productivity, which are the key drivers of economic growth. So what is the intuition there? Why do we think that this is an interesting topic? Because at a micro level, it is intuitive to note that firms are more likely to carry out innovative activity if the business environment of which tax policy or tax enforcement policy is an important part, if that business environment is supportive. So the key idea there is that tax enforcement impacts the business environment by changing the so-called effective tax rate, or in other words, imposing additional costs on the firm. So in that case, if that is in fact true, tax enforcement may then impact the firm's profit because of these cost implications. And therefore, while tax enforcement has the benefit of increasing at a macro fiscal level, it has the benefit of increasing revenues, but as an unintended consequence, it can impose such costs, which can therefore reduce incentives for innovation at the firm level. So to the best of our knowledge, there's very limited literature that explores the role of tax enforcement on innovation. To our knowledge, two papers come to mind. One is by Bachas et al. in JDE 2019, and their focus is on showing that tax policies are in fact dependent on firm size, and improvements in these policies can enhance TFP, and they make a very nice linkage between the two. The other paper, Duan et al., show that corruption by tax administration can enhance firm-level innovation, but they focus on a country-specific case. In this case, they focus only on Vietnam. So what, So our paper explores these questions more carefully. Sorry, I think there's a slide missing there. Okay. So, well, our paper explores this. Let me just walk you through what the missing slide is about. So our paper explores these issues more carefully by looking at tax enforcement and innovation theoretically and also empirically. So what we're doing is we're looking at a theoretical level and at an empirical level, what we're doing is we're looking at tax enforcement and innovation where we use certificate ownership as a proxy for innovation. So in our framework, what we're doing is we have a quality certificate ownership, which is defined as a firm owning an internationally recognized quality standard for the goods they produce, such as an ISO 9000 certificate. So what we're doing in this paper is we develop a general equilibrium model in which we have households, but we really have firms that focus on acquiring a quality certificate. And the key high-level takeaway from the model is that tax enforcement can in fact be linked with firm innovation, though the relationship is a bit nuanced. So there are lots of factors that come into play, a lot of costs that come into play, something we carefully document in this paper. And then based on those theoretical foundations, what we do is we provide empirical evidence using World Bank Enterprise Survey data that relates tax enforcement and innovation. And our empirical exercise provides some evidence for our theoretical foundations, but we also show that there are a lot of other important characteristics that come into play, such as firm size, income levels of the country, the type of industry, whether it's manufacturing or services, and so on. And what that does is that it supports the theoretical sort of hypothesis or foundations that we have in this paper. So now let me talk about what is actually on the slide, which is sort of the theoretical framework. As I said, this is a general equilibrium framework. I'll start off by talking about households. Households in this economy, so standard, they consume goods, and they prefer goods with a higher certified quality. So that is already established by a previous paper. And the idea there is that households are relying on quality certificates as a signal of high quality. So for example, if you intend to buy a used car, the idea is which car would you rather have, a car that is certified to be road legal or one that has no such sort of quality certification. So for the same price, the quality certificate would play a role. And what households would do is they would penalize the quality of goods that are produced by a firm that does not own that quality certificate. On the firm side, which is where most of the action is in this model, for each good, we assume a maximum feasible quality. So we're putting a constraint on what the quality of good that is produced by each firm is, and that is Q. The maximum quality is denoted by Q subscript I, and the idea is that no firm can produce beyond that quality. A really good question came up recently on when we think of innovation, we think of expanding the frontier, right? So we think of QIT going up, which could be an improvement in quality. We can model that. So we can have QIT drawn from some distribution that does not change the key results of the model in the sense that tax enforcement and the quality certificate demanded, it remains same, whether QIT is drawn from a distribution or whether we impose some quality on top of it. So we assume that this quality lies between 1 and Q subscript IT. And there are two types of firms. The one type of firm is the one that has quality certificates, and it can then produce between quality 1 up to Q subscript IT. So 1 is just a normalization, a numeraire in a matter of speaking. But the idea here is that the key point is that the quality certification is imposing a minimum bar also on quality. So to put it differently, non-certificate owning firms cannot produce can produce QIT, but their lower bound on their quality is 0. So for the certificate owning firms, we have the restriction that the quality production is between 1 and QIT, but for non-certificate owning firms, their quality can even be below 1, but can be up to QIT. We also make some other assumptions about quality certification in the model. So quality certifications are assumed to be valid for 1 period. This is a simplifying assumption. We can change this and make it more realistic, but ISO 9000 certificates, which is a good example of quality certification, is valid for 3 years, and so we think 1 year is okay, but we can go up to 3 and we can make that choice in the model. And the key thing is that we assume that firms are paying a fixed cost to acquire the quality certification in this period. On the other hand, tax compliance is modeled. So when a firm is complying with taxes, it must pay sales and profit taxes. The key contribution from all this is that although the household side is a bit standard, the division of firms into certificate owning and non-certificate owning firms leads to households having different willingness to pay for respective goods. And that's one of the contributions that we make to the literature. So let me walk you through the key mechanisms of the theoretical model and sort of talk about the firm optimization problem. I'm not going to show any mathematics today in my slides, but it's all in the appendix, and I can always share the draft of the paper if you're interested to look at the proofs and how we go about laying these arguments. But at a broad level, what is going on is that tax enforcement enhances tax compliance, which affects the firm's profits through sales and profit taxes. However, what tax enforcement does in our model is that imposes additional costs on the firms, which are really modeled in this slide. So inspections by tax officials result in tax compliance with some probability, which is increasing in the fraction of firms that are inspected by tax officials. And as an additional layer, we are allowing this probability to be heterogeneous across certificate owning and non-certificate owning firms. But a special case is that the probability of that this probability is homogeneous. And that will give us some very interesting, though very different implications for innovation in the model. But the heterogeneity means that it implies that the probability that a firm pays taxes depends on whether it is a certificate-owning firm or a non-certificate-owning firm. Of course, we can take that away by imposing homogeneity as a special case, and that will have some interesting implications. Therefore, what it means that this cost aspect, this tax enforcement cost, can result in an unintended consequence for firms in the model. And there could be a few of them. So excessive inspections are costly for firms. Because they must deal with and comply with tax officials. Simply put, this mechanism can increase the cost of acquiring a quality certificate, as firms might need to divert administrative staff to deal with this costly aspect of tax administration. A question might arise that why is it that innovation is the only thing that's falling away? Firms face other costs. And we have an answer for that in the empirical model, because although we focus on innovation, we also in the empirical exercise look at machinery investment, and we notice that tax enforcement imposes a negative cost, just not on innovation, but also on machinery investment. But that is something we do not model in the paper. What tax enforcement also does is, in the model, it can provide opportunities for corruption for tax officials, allowing them to ask firms for gifts and informal payments. And again, this is something we tackle directly in the model through tax compliance. So with tax compliance, so the cost essentially that are associated with tax corruption are not showing up in the books, but the tax enforcement costs elsewhere are in fact affecting the sales and profit taxes. So in short, or in sum, compliance by quality certificate-owning firms implies a cost on the sales and profits. Let me talk about the high-level sort of results of the model. So in a nutshell, the model is able to establish the linkage between tax enforcement and innovation. And the model is in fact showing that the tax enforcement is reducing the benefits of acquiring a quality certificate by shrinking the profits due to the increased tax enforcement costs that are faced by the firms. This is because firms have an incentive, they have a stronger incentive to acquire quality certification if they are not complying with taxes due to their higher expected profits. Naturally, you may have noticed that these incentives can of course change if owning quality certificates was very cheap, for example, or tax compliance or tax enforcement was not costly. Those would be special cases in which these incentive mechanisms would disappear. So in essence, dealing with tax administration is costly, and a higher frequency of tax inspection reduces the benefit of acquiring a quality certificate. Therefore, rising costs from the administrative side put a downward pressure on innovation, which is what we're after in this model. The probability of tax compliance moderates or tempers the impact of tax inspection frequency, and the general role of the non-certificate owning firms is sharpened. So non-certificate owning firms, we think about them quite a bit, but one interpretation of those non-certificate owning firms could be informality. So it could be firms that are in the informal sector and have low tax compliance in any case. So in this case, what one can then take away from the model is a decrease in tax compliance of non-certificate owning firms. Again, that is something that we often observe in the informal sector, worsens the adverse impact of tax inspection frequency on certificate owning firms. So in essence, the mere existence of those informal firms impose this negative unintended consequence for certificate owning firms. These results will be more sharpened in the empirical exercise. In essence, this increased competition worsens the impact of tax frequency on innovation then. So in essence, rising tax corruption will also reduce innovation in this model. And there are some other interesting results that emerge when we impose homogeneity, for example, across certificate owning and non-certificate owning firms. One of the interesting results is that a decrease in tax compliance of non-certificate owning firms decreases certificate ownership when you impose that homogeneity. This is something that we sort of discuss extensively in the empirical part of the paper. And when you have this increased competition, as I pointed out, you have and adverse impact, an even more adverse impact of tax corruption on innovation. So before I sort of go into the empirical part of the paper, let me just talk about the key high-level policy lessons that emerge from the theory. So an immediate takeaway from the model, at least from a theoretical sense, is to establish homogeneity across certificate owning and non-certificate owning firms in terms of tax compliance and tax corruption. What that can do in the model is that it can mitigate the adverse impact of certificate ownership. So in practice, what does that mean? How can that homogeneity be created in practice? Well, keeping the informal sector in check, such as through improved documentation. That is important to sort of level the playing field, so level the costs that are facing both types of firms, certificate owning and non-certificate owning firms. So this sort of means that both firms face some of the same cost. So the model also finds that there's an adverse or negative impact of tax corruption. So tax corruption is sort of different from the homogeneity angle. So for tax corruption then, which in the empirical model will arise due to a very specific reason, one sort of high-level policy takeaway from that is that digitization of tax or e-filing, encouraging that in countries could help quite a bit. So in some digitization and formal documentation, improving formal documentation can alleviate some of the negative pressures associated with tax enforcement. Let me now go to the empirical part of the paper. So how much time do I have?
5.
Oh, 5 minutes? Oh, wow, okay. So let me very quickly talk about the empirical part of the paper. So what we're doing in this paper is we're using World Bank Enterprise Survey data, which is firm-level data. So we're using data for about 142 countries, starting from 2006 and from 2006 to 2019. Although we have data from 2020 onwards, but we sort of ignore that to circumvent the COVID-19 problem. And in our paper, we're focusing on 3 tax enforcement variables, which up till now I haven't really deliberately defined very clearly. So tax inspection is, you can think of tax enforcement as an umbrella, and tax enforcement has different other variables that can be part of the tax enforcement ecosystem. One of them is tax inspection, which is the percentage of firms inspected by tax officials. You have the tax inspection days, which is the average number of tax inspection, number of days. So for example, firms in this survey are specifically asked how many times or how many days were you visited by tax officials, and that number could be 2, 3, 7, 9, 12. And then finally, we have tax corruption. The percentage of firms, which sort of means percentage of firms that were directly asked for gifts and informal payments by tax officials. What we're doing is, as a dependent variable, we're using quality certificate ownership as an indicator of firm ownership. Let me talk about the empirical specification. So the econometric specification in our paper follows very closely Paunov's 2016 JDE paper. So let me walk you through a little bit what this equation is about. So CILJCT is certificate ownership. C bar J is a certificate ownership intensity in industry J. T is the key variable of interest. So T could be tax inspection days, or tax corruption. So in essence, what we're doing is we're estimating three versions of this equation. The first one is with tax inspection, the second with tax inspection days, and the third with tax inspection. Notice that this identification strategy follows Paunov and has a very straightforward intuition in a manner of speaking. So if tax enforcement, so to focus on that, to really understand the intuition, you have to look at beta, CJ, and T. If tax enforcement affects quality certificate ownership, the effects of that independent variable should be more pronounced for firms that are operating in industry that is denoted by J, that use quality certificates more intensively. So that gives us identification in this model. The rest of the equation is a bit standard. It has a bunch of controls, some fixed effects, the controls are really very varied. So we have firm size, we have ownership status, whether that's an exporting firm, what type of firm it is, whether it's manufacturing. Then we have firm type control variables. We have industry type control variables such as Herfindahl index, productivity of the industry, and then we have, because we're focusing on one aspect of the business environment, which is taxes or tax enforcement, we do take into consideration that there may be other costs that firms face, such as they may be operating with less financial access or have low human capital intensity and availability of good labor and so on and so forth. So all those factors that are part of the business environment, we are modeling them and we're including them in the model. Let me talk about, since I don't have a lot of time, let me talk about the key empirical results that come out of this model. So the first high-level takeaway is that firm innovation can be adversely affected by tax enforcement. What that emphasizes the linkage between our key question, which is tax enforcement and innovation. And the evidence is able to sort of support the sort of theory in that the reduction in firms' profits and diversion of firms' valuable resources is putting that downward cost on innovation. So in the empirical specification that I showed, we focused on corruption, but as I pointed out, this tax enforcement may have negative impact on other aspects of the firm. And in the paper, we do have machinery investment as a robustness check where we show that it has the negative impacts are there on machinery investment and other interesting variables as well. So specifically, we can also focus on the tax enforcement one by one. So generally, we do not observe the negative impact of tax inspections on certificate ownership. But excessive frequency of tax inspections and tax corruption negatively impact certificate ownership, especially for small firms. The empirical investigation also sort of looks deeper into the prediction of the model and looks very carefully at the angle that I spoke about in terms of the informal and formal sector interpretation that we have for certificate and non-certificate owning firms. So in that sense, the model is able to sort of confirm that idea that documentation to reduce informality, to reduce the existence of such firms helps with innovation. And the more you have this issue, then the worse the worse the impact of tax enforcement on innovation. So So then you have a bunch of other results that we discuss in the paper, in which although we're focusing on small firms, we also overlay the empirical framework and focus on very different types of conditions, economic conditions. So for example, what happens in low-income countries versus high-income countries? What happens in high trademarking countries, for example, countries that historically have a high level of branding, for example? How does this relationship sort of change in that? And we find that these sort of segmenting the data in those various ways really gives us a set of very novel and very interesting results that have very clear policy implications. So I'm not sure. I have a couple of minutes. Okay. So should I conclude now, or I can go ahead? Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So let me start off by showing the first sort of set of results. So again, the estimated equation is the one that I showed earlier. And what I have here is tax inspection days, and tax corruption. So what I find here is, and then you have all the controls that we exclude from showing on this screen, but we have all the controls that I mentioned earlier. So the estimated value of beta for each of the three separate for each of the three variables of interest from the baseline model reveals what I discussed earlier. So the negative impact is only visible with tax corruption, and the other two, although tax inspection days has a negative impact, it's not statistically very significant. Let me present these results a different way, just to sort of give you lay the groundwork for how I will be presenting the results later. Let me just present this in the form of a chart. So again, I've plotted the tax inspection days, and tax corruption. I have the dark blue line in the first row, for example, is the 90% confidence interval, and then the lines, the straight lines, are the 90% confidence intervals, and then I have the 95% confidence intervals, and then there's a white dot in the middle that is the estimated point, the estimated value. I have the 0 that is included, so what one can take away from this is just a reconfirmation or a reconfiguration of the previous slide, is that tax corruption, there's a negative impact, but tax inspection days and tax inspection do not have a negative, are not statistically significant. What we do is while those results are very interesting, we also understand that there can be lots of heterogeneity. So the impact of tax enforcement can be heterogeneous. So therefore, what we do in this paper is that we explore various channels to tease out these effects. So these can be broadly categorized as firm characteristics, business environment characteristics, and country characteristics. And the main goal is to allow beta from the estimated equation to vary across these channels to examine the heterogeneity in the impact of tax enforcement on certificate ownership. So for instance, does firm size matter when you think of these 3 tax enforcement variables? Does firm type matter? So for example, is the firm in manufacturing or services? What about firms in low-income countries? What about countries that have high level of trademarking or branding? How does this relationship change? And these are interesting environments to look at because they reveal the differences that we see in how tax enforcement policy impacts innovation. And we believe that slicing the data in these manners can allow us to come up with more tailored and more targeted policy implications. Let me start off by showing the first, so I have all these results that I won't get time to show, but let me show you the first sort of set of results, which is which looks at firm size category. So one of the key considerations in this paper. And the key takeaway from this slide, the key high-level takeaway, is that tax enforcement is linked with firm innovation, and the impact is really heterogeneous across firm size. We can look at it, each of the tax enforcement variables in turn. So tax inspection remains insignificant across all firm sizes. So tax inspection is not significant even when you slice it across firm size. And this empirical finding is actually in line with the model's prediction of tax enforcement not changing the firm's incentive to acquire a quality certificate when costs are low and quality certificates are inexpensive. Meanwhile, small firms are adversely affected by tax inspection days and tax corruption, also something that is in line with the model's prediction. However, there is evidence of benefits. There's a positive association between tax inspection days and large firms, which is very interesting, and it's sort of contrary to the model's prediction. We believe that this is arising because probably because of size-dependent variability in the tax compliance of firms, as larger firms may be more tax compliant in any case, or may have economies of scale that allow them to circumvent these costs. The negative impact of tax corruption on small firms is also quite visible from these slides. We can then look at various other categorizations. So we can look at exporting and non-exporting firms, for example. We can look at foreign and public firms versus private national firms. And the reason we do this, I mean, there could be several reasons which are very interesting to look at just as is, but often the leading firms of the economy are the exporters, and the foreign public firms often have privileged relationships with public administration. So looking at these subsamples makes sense because it sort of gives us some political economy considerations as well. So at the broadest level, tax corruption adversely impacts certificate ownership of exporting firms, but not for non-exporters. Moreover, we observe a negative impact of tax inspection days on foreign and public firms, but not on private national firms, which is very interesting. How are these findings specifically linked with the literature? So we can look at Paunov's work for inspiration on this. So she shows that requests for gifts and informal payments for the acquisition of operating licenses, which is operational corruption, adversely impacts certificate ownership of non-exporters and private national firms, but not of exporters or foreign public firms. She suggests that this is because exporting firms are the leading in firms of the economy, and the foreign and public firms, they're enjoying that special relationship with public administration. So she justifies the results this way. However, our results indicate that tax corruption negatively impacts exporters, but not exporters. And tax inspection days adversely impacts foreign public firms, but not private national firms. And this actually suggests that exporters and foreign public firms are not immune to the negative impact of tax enforcement, probably because of greater tax compliance. And what this also indicates, and relates to a slightly different research agenda, is that operational corruption and tax enforcement impact a firm's innovative activity through very different channels. And this is actually opening up a new avenue of research. So we also have several other results. So we look at services and manufacturing. We look at informal and unregistered firms that allow us to specifically tackle the hypothesis that I mentioned earlier. We look at countries with historical trademarks, so countries that have high level of branding, for example. We look at, we find some consistent evidence with the model. We look at income levels, because that captures different types of political economy considerations that we cannot really directly test for, but income levels can capture things like rule of law and indicators that are often included in the world governance indicators. And we find that our results are quite robust when we think about when we look at all those different categorizations. So let me conclude my presentation by reiterating the main point of the paper, which is that tax enforcement can have unintended negative consequences for innovative activity at the firm level, and excessive tax enforcement can create an adverse environment for firm innovation, especially for small firms, and something that I didn't get a chance to show, the low-income countries. And one interesting observation that came through from the theoretical and the empirical model is that increased competition from the non-certificate owning firms, and one type of non-certificate owning firm are those that operate in the informal sector. Of course, that can be more general, but informal sector can be one of the interpretations. Their existence can exacerbate, so it worsens the harmful impact of tax enforcement. So the policy implications follow directly from that in terms of what governments can do about tax enforcement. So, for example, one of the things that we talk about in this paper is monitoring the frequency of and avoiding unnecessary tax inspections. And digitization is really one of the solutions to that. Keeping the informal sector under check through increased documentation. Limit opportunities for misconduct by tax officials. And there's an active literature on how that can be done. That is by monitoring, by government monitoring, and again, e-filing comes to mind, and digitization comes to mind. And one interesting empirical finding is that small firms are more vulnerable to the harmful effects of tax enforcement. So the tax innovation nexus, the tax and innovation nexus is stronger for small firms. So policy really must be tailored to take into account their size, and that requires a lot of special attention. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Quresh. It was a very interesting paper. As you know, tax administration is an important policy issue as a separate issue from tax policy itself. It has been a big problem in Korea as well. And your paper has many interesting implications for tax administration, including the competition between the formal sector and informal sector, and the role tax automation plays in this relationship between the formal and informal sector. We have two discussants, Professor Kim Sun-bin and Professor Lee Sam-ho. First, we will go with Professor Kim Sun-bin from Yonsei University.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's my great pleasure to be exposed to ADB's the policy report. That's Dr. Park talked about the necessity of mobilizing tax revenue for development project in developing Asian countries, and he mentioned about many tax items like income tax, corporate tax, VAT, and carbon tax, and many other things. And he also mentioned about some potential room to raise tax revenues in developing Asian countries. So I think it was a great report about the development project for developing Asian countries. So I'm going to talk about a slightly different topic in terms of tax revenue and transfer policy. Okay, as many of you know that during the last 40 years has been characterized by very rapid economic growth because of the globalization. And then at the same time, we observe the increase in income inequality. Actually, the between income inequality among the world has been declining because of the rapid economic growth, both advanced countries and emerging market countries. But within country, inequality has been increasing very rapidly, the red lines. So as a result of these two effects, the overall inequality has been increased. So many countries, the government have employed income redistribution policy, basically to cope with the growing income inequality. The main purpose of the redistribution policy and taking care of income inequality is to maintain the political stability and maintain the aggregate demand. And actually, they have been trying to, recently, they've been emphasizing the inclusive growth or sustainable growth. So basically, the tax and transfer policy is very simple. We'll tax high-income individuals and transfer those revenues to low-income individuals or no-income individuals for consumption. And there are two types of the transfers, the cash transfers and in-kind provision to reduce the cost of living. So it takes the form of the free education or public health care, things like that. Okay, actually, the Korea is slightly compared to other developing countries that Dr. Park was talking about. Korea is a slightly advanced country, so we need some tax revenue to deal with the income inequality, not just about the development project. So I'm going to talk about some trade-off associated with income redistribution policies. So income redistribution provides some insurance effect to low-income, especially low-income individuals, because it protect those people against the unanticipated income fluctuations. So it actually directly improved welfare for those people. And at the same time, it provides some disincentive for economic activities because of these insurance, they don't need to worry about the low income period. So they don't work hard. They work less and save less and invest less. So capital will be lower and labor is lower, then the output is lower. So there's a very negative impact on economic activities. So we need to think about the balance of this insurance effect and disincentive of this tax and transfer policies. So what I'm going to talk about during the rest of my discussion is I'm going to talk about two of my papers, recent papers, joint with Yong-Sung Chang at the Seoul National University and Chung-Seok Han. He's in Aju University. So in the recent years in Korea, there have been very heated debate about the tax and transfer policy, which ignited by one of the presidential candidate. It is called the universal basic income. He tried to provide universal basic income to all citizens of Korea. And at the same time, the opponent part proposed something a slightly different tax and transfer policy, which is based on negative income tax. Okay, so when we were watching those kind of debate, we decide to, okay, we're going to compare these two policies on the basis of DSG model. Okay, and so that's always the first one. First paper is about the direct comparison of the negative income tax and the universal basic income using the IAGRI model. And the second paper is about directly tackling the effect of macro effect of the universal basic income policy in Korea. Okay, so as I just talked about, the first paper this is a comparison about the negative income tax (NIT) versus UBI, universal basic income, which is published. This is still working paper. Basically, the model is a heterogeneous agent DSG model. It's very similar to IAGRI's model, and it's characterized by incomplete market, or there is an uninsurable income risk. And then we endogenize the labor supply by those individuals. And then there's a government who maintains a budget every period. And the government collects income tax, and it uses as a government spending, the government consumption and the cash transfer. The government, we compare the two types of tax transfer policy. First one is a UBI, and the second one is NIT. I'm going to show you the difference between these two things, two policies. Okay, so there's a 45-degree line is so horizontal axis is market income, and vertical axis represents disposable income. Okay, so 45-degree line is there's no tax and transfer policy at all. Okay, and then so when an individual has no income at all, then the government provides tau times y hat amount of transfer. Y hat is somehow critical income for NIT. So if individual's income is above y hat, the government will collect tax rate at tau. And if the individual's income is below y hat, the government will provide subsidy at the rate of the tau hat in between the his market income and just to try to provide some subsidy. And the universal basic income is everybody gets some same amount of transfer from the government and pays the fixed rate income tax, the tau. So these two things look very different, but in a sense, these two policies are exactly provide the same incentive to the household in terms of budget constraint, because with the NIT, so tax revenue is characterized by the D area, and the transfer is characterized by A area. With the UBI policy, tax revenue is B plus C plus D. Okay, and the transfer will be A plus B plus C. So B plus C is common in these two, so we cancel out. And then in terms of net tax and revenue and transfer, those two policies are the same. So people should feel the same with these two policies. So budget constraint with these two policies are the same, which means that the agent should make the same decision under these two policies. So these are the key messages from our exercises. We try to solve the heterogeneous agent DSG model with the UBI. The tax rate is 20%, and the transfer will be determined by these two tax revenue. And NIT case, above and below these the people income, the critical income Y hat, government will collect tax rate 20%, and subsidy rate is also 20%, and try to maintain the balanced budget. So as I just said, these two policies provide the same incentive to household. The economic effect should be the same as shown in this slide. The problem is comparing with the benchmark economy, which does not have any tax and transfer policy. We observed that the decline in capital and labor, which is denoted by hour. Okay, so capital decrease, labor decrease, so output decrease quite a lot. So and even worse thing is before tax Gini coefficient is actually worsened with the policies. The main purpose of this policy is to try to improve the income inequality, but the before tax income inequality is worsened, but with the transfer after tax income inequality is improved actually. Okay, so basically the macroeconomic impact of these UBI and NIT is exactly the same, but the only different thing is tax burden with these two policies. Obviously, the UBI is collecting taxes from everybody and giving the transfer to everybody. So tax burden is huge with UBI, but negative income tax is pretty low. So with UBI, the tax to GDP ratio is 15%, and NIT, the tax burden is only 3.8%. So huge difference in tax burden, but macroeconomic effects are all same. But the even worse thing is welfare deteriorates in this case, which means that the negative impact, disincentive effect dominates the insurance effect in this case. Okay, and then so basically these are the summary of the previous table. And we may think about, given the result that the UBI and NIT give the same macro impact, and in the previous exercise, we observed that the negative impact on welfare. So we thought about what is the optimal UBI or NIT. So the left graph shows the tax rate versus welfare. So there is a kind of hump shape or inverted U shape of the impact of the tax. As tax increases, initially the welfare improves until somehow between 7 and 8%, welfare is maximized somehow. And then it turned out decreasing welfare, and then the 20% tax rate we tried, but there's a huge negative impact on welfare. Okay, so we may find some optimal UBI or NIT policy with this case. Okay, so in the previous table, oops, sorry. 어디로 가야? Sorry about that. Okay, so the last column in this table shows the optimal NIT and UBI policy. So there's a slight increase in welfare with this policy. Okay, and I'm going to talk about the second paper, which is directly tackles down the macro effect of UBI in Korea. We extend this heterogeneous agent DSG model and incorporate the life cycle feature. So people start their life at 25 and retires at 80 and dies at 100. Then the labor supply is also endogenous, but they choose only in extensive margin only. And then government policies, we incorporate all the government transfer policy, cash transfer and in-kind transfer, and labor income tax, and capital income tax, also consumption tax. And the key message that we try to deliver in this case is, again, the UBI policy gives so much income to everybody. So there is a huge insurance impact that is dominated by the negative impact on the economy, macroeconomic activity. So people save less, work less, so production is lower. But the degree of those effect on labor or capital or output will be different depending on which income is taxed. Okay, when the government taxed the capital, the P4 column, capital decreased quite a lot. And so the output decrease is the largest. And P5 column is a consumption tax, will finance the UBI. Then the output decline is the smallest with this case, as many people know. So that's the effect of the UBI policy in Korea. Okay, well, let me just briefly mention about the income redistribution policy and the inclusive growth. So we may think about the inclusive growth as it's trying to foster sustained growth by sharing the fruits of economic growth with everybody. Okay, as we just saw, the well-designed optimal income redistribution policy may improve social welfare. But the problem is sustained growth. I'm not sure this income redistribution can achieve the sustained growth. In order to make a growth, we need some improvement in productivity. We have some resources to boost productivity. So that was another issue. So we need to think about how to pay for the productivity improvement.
Okay. Thank you, Professor
the last one. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Professor Lee, it's yours.
Thank you. Okay, I was asked to discuss the paper presented by Dr. Irfan Quraish, the tax enforcement and innovation. So if I may summary the paper, well, the paper is interested in the effect of tax enforcement on innovative activity by firms. So what do you mean by tax enforcement? Well, the tax enforcement in the paper is measured by inspection by tax officials. So how many firms are inspected, how long they are inspected, and whether they are asked for bribery. That's all called. Those are all called tax enforcement. And innovative activity is measured by quality certification held by firms. So quality certification ownership. And the paper provides both theoretical modeling and empirics. And theory's claim is that the tax enforcement may affect innovative activity, and it depends on how it affects the cost of innovative activity. So if tax enforcement negatively reduces the cost of innovative activity, then of course innovative activity will increase. And if tax enforcement increase the cost of innovative activity, then innovative activity will decrease. And tax corruption may also reduce innovative activity since tax corruption is only applied to the tax compliant firms, and if these innovative firms are more tax compliant, they will be more affected, so the innovative activity will be reduced. Then empirical result shows that tax corruption reduces innovative activity, and it has a lot of heterogeneous effects by size of firms, export orientation, ownership structure, and so on. Okay, so some comments. Okay, so in theory, even though the model is very complicated and there is an endogenous endogenous determination of the portion of firms which has quality certification ownership, whether tax enforcement affects this quality certification ownership or not is critically dependent on its effect on the cost of obtaining quality certification ownership, right? So, of course, if cost is higher, then quality certificate ownership will be reduced. So, it's somewhat this assumption on the effect of tax enforcement on the cost of obtaining quality certificate ownership directly gives us a result. So if that is the case, we may not need that complicated models to generate the endogenous determination of quality certificate ownership. If you have a very simple model to choose for the firm's decision whether to attain a quality certificate ownership or not, if the tax enforcement directly affect that cost, then we will probably have the same result. So that gives me a question why we are interested in the first place, the effect of tax enforcement on the innovative activity. So since it may be because I'm very ignorant of this area, in appearance, I mean, at the first sight, I didn't have any reasoning why we have any effect. We may find any effect of tax enforcement on innovative activities. So, if that intuitive reason is provided, then that will be more interesting, I guess. The empirics. So the main specification is already introduced by the presenter, and here the quality certificate ownership is regressed on the average quality certificate ownership of the industry that firm belongs to, and interacted with tax enforcement activity of the region the firm is located. So the main interested coefficient here is beta, and the meaning of beta is if you have a positive beta, then a positive or negative beta, then means a firm is more or less likely to have a quality certification if it belongs to more innovative industry in a region or country with more extensive tax enforcement. But to me, just this meaning, it is not automatically translated to the effect of tax enforcement on the innovative activity. So if we ignore endogenous issue, if a country with more extensive tax enforcement has firms with lower quality certificate ownership, then, well, there is endogenous issue, but still you can interpret that coefficient as the effect of tax enforcement on the quality certificate ownership. But here, the coefficient of interaction term, to me, was pretty hard to interpret. And also, when you have an interaction term, I'm not an econometrician, but as far as I know, you should have isolated term in the regression to avoid many econometric problems. And this is also applied to heterogeneous analysis. So in the to analyze heterogeneous effect, there was the introduction of triple interaction terms. For example, the size of the firm are also interacted with this original interaction term. But if you don't have a size of the firm as an isolated variable in the regression, then probably it will cause a lot of problems. And also, we should think about the purpose of this analysis of heterogeneous effect. As a robustness check, sometimes we do analyze heterogeneous effect because we want to show that the same effect is consistently shown in the subgroup. Or alternatively, we have a systematically different effect pattern in the subgroup. So, and we have some mechanisms which can be interpreted to explain this effect. Here, there are many heterogeneous analysis of heterogeneous effect, and it is very hard to find a systematic pattern. So sometimes people may think that, well, it may give us a better idea of the data. And I think that is partly right. But for me, I have a limited capacity of cognition. So if there are too much information, then it was very hard to take away the main messages. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for your very detailed comments. We are a little bit behind our schedule. So we probably have about 1 or 2 minutes left for this special session for ADB. So could you respond to the discussions?
Yeah, thank you very much for that excellent feedback. So I get the main message is simplify the paper, and we'll do that. We'll do certainly that. That's what we're doing. This is a work in progress, and there's a lot going on in the paper. A lot I didn't get to show today in my presentation as well. But the next step is really sort of simplifying it. We've noted your comments and they're much appreciated, and we'll try our best to sort of address them in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for staying with us. Thank you, the gentleman from ADB, for their excellent presentation, and thank you for the discussants for their very helpful comments. Thank you very much. This will be the end of this session. Thank you.
It's relatively easy to learn. However, it is very, very unfortunate to say that the two countries' interdependency has been getting weaker and weaker, and the two economies' complementarity has been disregarded while putting more emphasis on competitiveness. Failure of the negotiation of Korea-Japan FTA in 2003 to 2004 shows one evidence of this view. In 2019, Japan started to use export control measure against Korea. And the two countries' governments now do not trust each other anymore. It's kind of a very unfortunate situation. So we will talk about the two countries' economic situation and two countries' economic relationship, retrospect and prospect, and so on. So we invited two speakers and two discussants for this session, and we have just 8 minutes for this session. First of all, I'd like to introduce two presenters. The first presenter, Dr. Kyupang Kim, is a research fellow at JEA-KIEP. He's my colleague, and he has got a PhD in economics at Keio University. He's one of the representative economists doing research on Japanese economy. He'll talk about, quote, retrospect and prospect of Korea-Japan economic relationship. The second presenter, Professor Hyuk-Uk Kwon, has been working for Nihon University, Japan University, for almost 20 years. His main research area is empirical study on the productivity of Japanese companies. And he also has been doing his comparative analysis between Japan and other countries, including Korea. Today, Professor Kwon will talk about, quote, the structural causes of Japan's secular stagnation. Two speakers are given 20 to 25 minutes for each presentation. Okay, let's move on to the first presentation. Dr. Kim, please.
Thank you for kindly introduction for me. My name is Kyufan Kim. I'd like to talk about Korea-Japan economic relationship. Please. Okay. Sorry. Today's my paper consists of 3 chapters. One overview, the disruptions of Korea-Japan economic cooperation. The second chapter is characteristics of Korea-Japan economic relationship. And the last 3 chapters is prospect of Korea-Japan economic relationship. Okay, in chapter 1, looking back on Korea-Japan economic relations, I will discuss 3 decisive evidences that caused disruptions of intergovernmental economic cooperation between Korea and Japan. The first evidence is a failure of bilateral FTA negotiations. Korea selected Japan as the first counterpart for FTA negotiations in 2003. However, failed to conclude the bilateral FTA in November 2004. This table shows current status of Korea's FTA as of February of this year. 18 regional trade agreements signed by Korea came into force. The second evidence is exploration of Korea and Japan bilateral currency swap. The Korea-Japan currency swap started according to the new Miyazawa initiative proposed by Japan in October 1998. However, in July 2013, the $3 billion currency swap contract expired. And at the same time, the $10 billion CMI, Chiang Mai Initiative currency swap agreement between Korea and Japan expired in February 2015. 2 countries did not extend the currency swap contract any further. The expiration of Korea and Japan currency swap in 2015, I think this event symbolizes the disruption of Korea and Japan relationships. The third evidence is Japan's export controls, as you know, to Korea in July 2019. The 3 figures show the Korea's import dependence rate on Japan in 3 export control items. The first one is photoresist, and second one is hydrogen fluoride, and the last 3, third item is fluorine polyimide. Although Japan's export controls on these 3 items have disturbed Korean companies' procurement of materials from Japan in the early stages, maybe for 2 or 3 months, the Korean semiconductor industry recovered the supply chain connectivity with Japan. Furthermore, as we can see in this figure, we could not find any statistical evidence to assert Japan's export controls disrupted Korea's supply chains of materials, parts, and equipment with Japan. Okay, let's move on to chapter 2, characteristics of Japan-Korea economic relationship. As we can see in left figure, Japan's share in Korea's total trade amount has decreased since maybe China's accession to WTO in 2001. The Japan's share from 14% 8.8% in 2001 decreased to 6.7% in last year. And we can see in right figure, Korean and Japan bilateral trade amount peaked at $108 billion in 2011. However, has decreased to $71 billion in 2020. Korea is recording trade deficits of from 20 to $30 billion with Japan annually. The second characteristic is that Korea is highly dependent on overseas in procuring intermediate goods. As we can see, the trend of backward GDP participation index in the left figure, Korea is highly dependent on foreign countries for intermediate goods in upstream production stage compared to China and Japan. However, as we can see in the right figure, Korea less contributes to foreign countries' total exports in the downstream production stage, especially than Japan. The third characteristic is that Korea is strongly connected with Japan in supply chain of intermediate goods. Looking at Korea's import and export by processing stage with Japan, capital goods and intermediate goods accounted for over 90% in total import from Japan, as shown in the left figure, and about 85% in total export to Japan, as shown in the right figure. Lastly, Korea's supply chain connectivity with Japan reflects the map of competitiveness in manufacturing sectors. Although Galapagos syndrome is spreading over some manufacturing sectors, Japanese monozukuri is still proud of its competitiveness, mainly in advanced products and materials. In this figure, X-axis represents global market share of Japanese firms, and Y-axis represents global market sizes. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As you can see in this figure, in comparison with Japan, Korean manufacturing sector still lags behind Japan in materials of overall manufacturing sectors, except some electronic industries. Okay, I'd like to discuss the prospects of Korea-Japan economic relationship focused on the intergovernmental cooperation framework. Although there are some claims that China will use the RCEP as leverage with one road to one belt to further expand its influence in Asia, RCEP is important and significant for Korea because it is the first mega FTA in which Korea and Japan participate at the same time. However, as shown in the below figure, tariff liberalization rate within 10 years after the entry into force of the RCEP is just 73.8% in Korea for Japan and 74.4% in Japan for Korea, based on the number of tariff lines. This trade liberalization rate is almost similar to the Korea and China FTA, which came into effect in December 2015. Then I expect there will be economic cooperation opportunities through TPP and or IPEF between Korea and Japan. This figure shows regional integration initiatives in Asia-Pacific regions as of May of this year. Korea government announced its plan to join the TPP in April of this year, and Korea joined IPEF in the Pacific Economic Framework in May of this year, along with Japan. Korea government has been passive in joining the TPP due to concerns of United States withdrawal and the deepening of the trade imbalance with Japan. Despite the simulation of the effects on Korea's trade balance to Japan of Korea's TPP participation, I think Korea's joining to the TPP is expected to lead to revitalizing trade with Japan and to strengthening the supply chain between Korea and Japan. According to the United States Biden administration, IPEF consists of 4 pillars: connected economy, resilient economy, and current economy and fair economy. We expect that Korea and Japan could cooperate in areas such as digital trade, including e-commerce by small medium enterprises. Korea and Japan oversees joint projects in clean energy and decarbonization sectors. Lastly, however, I'd like to point out Japan's economic secret policy is a potential barrier for two countries' cooperation. This figure summarizes economic security framework in Kishida cabinet. Economic statecraft, strengthening the supply chain, international cooperation with allied countries, and lastly, the economic security promotion law. This law enacted in May of this year. Among the various Japan's economic security policies, while this figure shows the semiconductor strategies of Japanese government, the Taiwanese TSMC attraction into Japan. However, the chapter on strengthening the supply chain of critical items under the Economic Security Promotion Act, the possibility that Japanese government could use it as choke point. These concerns for Korea. Especially Korea is concerned that the Japanese government may use semiconductor materials shown in this figure as a choke point in supply chains with Korea. Okay, that's all. My presentation is over. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. He talked about some challenges and opportunities and potential barriers for South Korea and Japan's economic relationship. Okay, let's move on to the second presentation. Professor Kwon, he will talk about why the Japan's TFP growth rate has been stagnant during the last maybe 3 decades. Please.
Thank you. I am Yagok Kwon from Nihon University. It is a memorable conference to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Korean Economic Association. And I am very honored to have an opportunity to make a presentation as a member of the Japanese Economic Association at the joint session of the Japanese Economic Association and the KIEP for the first time. The Korean Economic Association was founded 70 years ago, led by President Shin Tae-hwan, Hitotsubashi University alumnus. And I feel a strange connection to the 70th anniversary conference in that chair, Dr. Jung, Professor Ito, the president of Japanese Economic Association, and me, are all alumni of Hitotsubashi University. I hope that the Japanese Economic Association and Korean Economic Association will engage in make a frequent academic exchange and contribute to development of economics in the future. My presentation today is the result of joint research with Professor Fukao, Hitotsubashi University, Professor Kim, Senshu University, and Dr. Ikeuchi, Rieti. I would like to start my presentation. This figure shows the source of labor productivity growth and GDP growth for the period 1955-2015 in 5-year intervals for the macroeconomy. Comparing the 1955 1990 period and the 1990-2015 period, TFP growth fell sharply after collapse the bubble economy and continued to remain sluggish until the end of our observation period in 2010-2015. Japan's secular stagnation largely attributed a slowdown of TFP growth. Why Japan's TFP growth has been so low since the 1990s? Both the manufacturing and the non-manufacturing sector lagged down macro TFP growth after 1991. We examined the cause of secular stagnation in Japan using productivity decomposition. We defined the industry TFP level in ELT as we can decompose a change in the industry average TFP levels into the sum of the following 5 factors: within effect, between effect, covariance effect, entry effect, exit effect. This figure is the result of productive dynamics in the manufacturing sectors. From 1990 onward, the within effect steadily declined and the negative exit effect expanded. That is, productive factories were shut down while less productive factories remained. This means that unnatural selection is occurring in Japan. These two trends reduced TFP growth in the manufacturing sector substantially. Why did the within effect decline? Please see the figure. In the manufacturing sector, TFP growth of large firms has actually accelerated. Small and medium-sized firms have been left behind during last decade. Two possible reasons for slowdown of TFP growth in SMEs are as follows. One, SMEs left behind in R&D and internationalization. Second, decrease in technology spillovers from large firms. Second, we consider why was the exit effect negative? There is a statistically significant negative correlation between the industry level exit effect and industry level growth outgrowth by Japanese multinational enterprise in ASEAN. MNEs have higher productivity than non-MNEs, and many of them have relocated or are relocating production activity abroad. The large negative exit effect appears to be mainly concentrated in industrial districts in prefectures such as Kanagawa, Tokyo, and Osaka. At the close of productive factories, most of which are owned by R&D intensive firms, potentially reduced geographical spillovers to SMEs in these districts. This result indicates that the decrease of within effect and the negative effect are connected. Next, we discuss the non-manufacturing sector. In the non-manufacturing sector, just as in the manufacturing sector, the exit effect is negative throughout the entire period covered by data. Moreover, the reallocation effect, depending on the period, is either very small or negative. Unlike the manufacturing sector, within effect is intensively variable. TFP growth in ICT using sectors such as distribution, service, retail, wholesale, and transportation declined substantially after 1995. It appears that the ICT revolution did not happen in Japan simply because Japan has not accumulated sufficient ICT capital in distribution service. Structural impediments into ICT investment in Japan, there are 4 personal reasons. First, one of the main contribution of the instruction of ICT is that it allows firms to save on skilled labor input. However, because of the high job security in Japan, it may be difficult for firms to actually cut jobs. Second, young and growing firms tend to be more active in ICT investment. However, because of the low entry and exit rates in Japan, firms that have been around for 45 years or more have a majority of market share in most industries. Third, Japan's retail sector is characterized by small shops, and these smaller firms in Japan probably have found it more difficult to introduce ICT because of their small scale. Fourth, in order to avoid change in corporate structure, employment adjustment, and the training of workers, Japanese firms tend to choose custom software rather than package software, making ICT investment more expensive and network externality effects smaller because each firm uses different custom software. ICT capital and intangible asset are close complements. The contribution of intangible investment to labor productivity growth in Japan is the lowest among the major developed countries. Japan invests very little in economic competence. One of the intangible assets, such as brand equity, firm-specific human capital, and organizational structure. I would like to conclude my presentation. Japan experienced a substantial decline in TF growth after 1991, both in manufacturing and non-manufacturing. The natural selection mechanism does not work well both in manufacturing and non-manufacturing. MNEs have a higher productivity than non-MNEs, and many of them have relocated or are relocating production activity abroad, decrease in technology spillovers from large firms. Large firms enjoyed in acceleration in TFP growth, increase in productivity gap between large firms and SMEs in 1990s and 2000s. The ICT revolution did not happen in Japan simply because Japan has not accumulated sufficient ICT capital. Low levels of ICT and intangible asset investment closely related with the labor market problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Kwon is spent a lot of time with me in Japan. I studied at the same university, Hitotsubashi University. I went there in 1995, and at that time, he asked me to provide a lot of information about that school because he wanted to go to the Hitotsubashi University to study at that time. And 1 year later, he came to that university, and I spent maybe 6 or 7 years with him in the same university. So he's very nice friend to me. And he always say that the Japan's long-term stagnation is attributed to the supply side, especially the TFP stagnation. And in this paper, he tried to why Japan's TFP has been stagnant for a long time, and he suggested several specific causes of those TFP stagnation, long-term stagnation. Okay, we have two excellent discussants. The first discussion is Professor Ito Hideshi. He is maybe joining us online. Professor Ito, do you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, I'll briefly introduce about you. Professor Ito Hideshi is a professor at Waseda University. He studied at Hitotsubashi University and Stanford University. After getting a PhD at Stanford University, he served as a professor for many well-known universities, such as University of California, Kyoto University, Osaka University, Hitotsubashi University, and from 2017, he has been working for Waseda Business School. His main research interest is in contract theory, behavioral economics, incentive mechanism of companies. Okay, 10 minutes are given to you, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Okay, we can hear clearly.
Okay. So I'm sorry I cannot meet you in person. I wish I had been in Seoul, but my duty forced me to stay in Tokyo. Okay, by the way, I was a student at Hitotsubashi University from 1978 to 1982 as an undergraduate student, and then I was a master student, 82 to 84. And from year 2000 to 2017, I was a faculty member at the Graduate School of Commerce and Management at Hitotsubashi University. Okay, so I also have to tell you that I'm not the right person to be a discussant of this session because of my narrowly focused research field in contracts and organizations. So what I'm going to talk about is just my thoughts, not serious comments. I hope you accept my apologies. I also might relate intentionally or unintentionally the topics of the presentation to my field of interest. Let me start with Korea-Japan economic relationships presented by Dr. Gyun-Pan Kim. This is an instructive presentation that gives me an overview of Korea-Japan relationships. I learn a lot from it. Dr. Kim seemed to focus mainly on intermediate goods, partly because Korea is highly dependent on overseas in procuring intermediate goods compared with China and Japan. And he points out that Korea is strongly connected with Japan in supply chain of intermediate goods by showing that intermediate goods as well as capital goods account for more than 90% in total imports from Japan and approximately 85% in total export to Japan. However, Japan's share in Korea's total trade amount has continued to be decreasing over more than 20 years, and this applies even in capital and intermediate goods. I'd like to understand Korea-Japan relationships maybe from perspectives broader than bilateral relationships, such as multilateral relationships, including US and China, because this decreasing trend in Korea-Japan relationships implies that there must be reason for trade relationships with other nations to substitute. Relatedly, it may be interesting to see Korea-Japan relationship from a different, more micro viewpoint. Many inter-firm transactional relationships are governed by relational contracts that are defined as informal agreements sustained by the value of future relationships. This has been an active research field over the past 20 years, both theoretically and empirically. For example, research shows that the major cost of maintaining a relationship is that when there are many potential suppliers, it can reduce the scope of trade, restricting inefficiently the number of suppliers to have trade relationships. So looking at why Japan's share is decreasing at more micro levels may be a promising and interesting research direction. Dr. Kim raises concerns for Japan's economic security policies for Korea-Japan cooperation. I cannot evaluate the policies themselves, but I doubt that those policies are based on rigorous evidence nor economic logic. Most politicians and bureaucrats in Japan have no advanced degree beyond BA or BS, and they have little understanding of even basic economics. Their decisions are often based on gut feeling and political. Their policies are not reviewed, nor they take any responsibility. Furthermore, people in Japan also have a biased view on economics, and they even do not like some basic economics concepts. For example, many people seem not to choose Pareto improving allocation, but equitable poor allocation. Japanese Economic Association is seriously concerned about these problems and started spending resources to raise the interest of high school and college students in contemporary economics. This is a supply-side approach, and my personal view is that we need to start spending resources at the demand side, targeting at the Japanese government and companies. If I understand correctly, these problems are less serious in Korea, and in the future, I'd like to study the differences between Korea and Japan, for example, in how the government makes policy decisions and how economics are perceived in general public level. Okay, let me move to the second presentation by Professor Hyuk-wook Kwon on the structural causes of Japan's secular stagnation. According to the presentation, Japan's secular stagnation is largely attributed to a slowdown of TFP growth. Two reasons are pointed out: the continuing decline of the within effect and the negative exit effect. The decline of the within effect mainly arises from small and medium enterprises left behind, and the negative exit effect is mainly due to the reallocation of productive activities abroad by multinational enterprises. In non-manufacturing sector, the exit effect is also negative, and the reallocation effect is either small or negative. In particular, he pointed out that ICT revolution did not happen in Japan because Japan has not accumulated sufficient ICT capital in the distribution services. He points out several structural impediments to ICT investments in Japan. His presentation is also very instructive, and I find the results reported very interesting. The negative exit effect is particularly intriguing, meaning that exiting firms show better performance than surviving firms. One potential explanation is some productive firms exit through mergers by other firms. In fact, I remember Daisuke Miyakawa, I think probably Professor Kwon knows, at Hitotsubashi, have done some research by distinguishing reasons for exit. If the productivity of merging firms grow, it is consistent with Professor Kwon's finding that TFP growth of large firms accelerated. However, we also have to be careful here because those productive firms that exited through mergers would have grown even faster if not merged, because of the generally bureaucratic nature of decision-making by large firms in Japan. I'm also interested in understanding how we can relate his findings with those we learn from World Management Survey led by Nick Bloom at Stanford and John Van Lienen at MIT. They developed scores of management practice covering operations management, target setting, performance monitoring, and people management. and show that they measure good management and explain persistent performance differences among seemingly similar enterprises. The average score of Japanese factories of small and medium manufacturing, small and medium enterprises is actually very high next to US, along with Germany, Sweden, Canada, and so on. Maybe this score focuses more on formal aspects of management, tends to ignore informal aspects like intangible investment. Then their results are consistent with those of Professor Kwon. In fact, World Management Survey finds that the score of people management of Japan tends to be low, in particular the reallocation of talents across positions. Also, the degree of decentralization in personnel management of Japanese samples is lowest. These features potentially contribute to Japan's secular stagnation, and I hope to see more micro-oriented approach to the problems in the future. Okay, so that's all I wanted to discuss. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I hand the microphone to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ito. And we invite the second discussant, Professor Jung Hyuk. He is a professor at Seoul National University. He got his PhD in economics from University of Chicago. He worked at the economics department of University of Southern California, Vanderbilt University in the United States, and now at the National Graduate, in Japan, at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, GRIPS, Seisак Kenkyu Daigak인 Daigak in Japan, and also at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management in Korea. Okay, you have 10 minutes.
I'm very honored to have an opportunity to discuss at this historical moment in the session between the Japanese and Korean Economic Association. And I thought I need to discuss only the second paper, so I prepared the second one. So let me focus on that. As far as I know from my experience doing research and teaching in Japan, there are three champions about productivity study in Japan, Professor Fukao and Miyagawa and Professor Kwon. So I thought this KEA's session, choice about productivity growth as like a first topic for collaboration is an excellent choice. So let me get into the discussion about the paper. I was really delighted to read his paper, and there are so many interesting findings. But I think to utilize those findings, I guess we need a more organized understanding of those findings. The structure of this paper is like, first, Professor Kwon showed that the decline of the TIP, in particular after 1990s, is really remarkable. And then he showed that there are two channels. One is within effect, the other is through the negative exit effect. The selection effect are the two main things. And then he proposed explanations like for the within effect, basically it's related to the ISD investment. And he called it as like a structural impediment. And also for the negative selection effect, he emphasizes the M&E's movement. And it was very surprising for me to observe that that's happening most seriously. The negative selection is in three places in particular, including two great cities like Tokyo and Osaka. So that was quite interesting. So that's the structure of the findings. And but I sit back and thought about the meaning of these findings. And for the significance of the slowdown TIP growth for 1990s was not surprising, because just simple neoclassical growth theory suggests if something happens more than 30 years, it should be related to the productivity. So from even the theory's perspective, that's not a great surprise. So we need to understand what's behind these slowdown productivity growth. But one thing that I didn't know from the very first slide, the Professor Kwon's slide, was actually the real slowdown happened in 1970, not 1990. So I thought that maybe more promising or productive question would be, what has happened before 1970 or before 1990? Because Professor Kwon's presentation and the findings focused on the after 1990. So it'll be great to see what has happened for the same dimension of features during pre-1970 and pre-1990. So perhaps that may be the more interesting question. What happened then and what is not happening now? So that's the one thing. And also just a quick measurement issue. Professor Kwon proposed the TIP growth since 1955. And just, I think it's important to rule out the possibility of the compatibility of measurements, such a long-run TIP series, so that it's not really a measurement. Something tangible is actually going on. I hope you can have a comment on that, perhaps in responding to my comments. And also, interesting thing is the size effect. In particular, the within effect, Professor Kwon clearly showed that these zero or a very negligible productivity growth is happening among the small and medium firms, but still for the large firms, it's strongly positive. So, but at the same time, he showed us the M&Es moving abroad is an important contributing factor for the slowdown of the productivity growth. Then, who are those remaining large companies, which shows a very strong productivity growth? That'll be a very interesting exercise. And why those strong positive growing firms are not in Tokyo nor in Osaka. So that can be an interesting approach. Also, one more comment that I want to address to promote Professor Kwon's research is he showed us many comparison of Japanese TIP features with other countries, which is obviously interesting. However, the stories like low productivity is happening because the mom and pop stores have a low productivity in retail sector, and distribution sector also the negative or the very small productivity growth is happening not just in Japan but also in like France, Italy, and other European countries. Just Germany seems to be an exception. So that's a typical story. So, but we all know that those European countries didn't suffer such a 3 decades of stagnation. So we do need to identify whether those stories or the structural impediments that Professor Kwon is proposing are really the reasons behind such a low productivity growth. And finally, the ICT. It's a small comment, but it can be important. Professor Kwon emphasized the lack of ICT investment, but is it really the ICT investment in physical infrastructure or the lack of ICT investment in human capital? So that, I hope, can be clarified. And thank you for your great contribution. Yeah.
Okay, thank you to discussants. Okay, then I'd like to give some opportunities to talk about those comments to the two presenters. The first, maybe there are many questions, but I selected just one question for Dr. Kim, because maybe the Professor Ito has raised some different view about Japan's economic security policy. So I want to hear from you about the evaluation. How do you evaluate Japan's export control measure against Korea in 2019? They tried, but do you think the Japanese government benefited from those trials? Or how about the Korean government response to those challenges? So I want to hear from you about that question.
Okay, regarding the first question of moderator Dr. Chung, we needed to think about the objects function of Japanese governments. Maybe export controls are the most classical forms or examples of economic statecraft, which refers to government intervention in a market economy to achieve their diplomatic objectives. So I think it is nonsense for Japanese government to expect their economic benefit from export countries. In other words, the Japanese government's export controls were based on the premise that it would bear the economic losses of its own country. And regarding to the second questions, Korean government's response of strengthening local procurement, some say localization of materials, parts, and equipment. I think it is the core of Korea's economic security policies. However, the economic security policy denies the international division principle of cost minimization of multinational corporations, and is expected to lead to economic inefficiency, regardless of its success or failure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Ito, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, how do you think about my question to Dr. Kwon? So my question was that Japan's export control measure in 2019, it was effective to control Korean government's behavior. That was my question. And how do you think about the 2019 Japanese government activity in the export control measures?
Yeah, as I told you at the beginning, I cannot evaluate the policies myself, but Professor Kim already reported that control didn't actually affect Korea very much. And also, I usually do not hear much about this market failure argument from the government. So government usually does not explain explicitly why this particular intervention is needed, rather than leaving things to the market. So in that sense, I think they should do a review their policy by themselves, whether they really had some important effects or not. Yeah, that's all I can tell you now.
Okay, thank you. And the second presentation was about the TFP stagnation. And I want to hear from Professor Kwon about like this question. So you have many economists doing empirical studies, especially at the RIET under the METI. And maybe there were a lot of researches that shows that the Japan's TFP stagnation comes from these factors, these causes. So then the natural question is why Japan's government failed to push up the TFP growth rate. And the second question is why? How do you see the difference or similarity between Korea and Japan's TFP trend? So I want to hear from you.
Thank you. During the last 30 years, Japanese government has been trying to escape from its secular stagnation, but has failed to succeed despite the Obuchi cabinet and the Koizumi cabinet and the Abe cabinet. Many policy. I think to escape from its secular stagnation, it is necessary to simultaneously implement fiscal and monetary policy to make structural reforms work along with the structural reforms such as labor market and education reforms to increase potential growth. Second question, Japan and Korea share similarities in export-oriented growth, strong manufacturing and weak service industries, rigid labor market, aging population, and increasing competition from emerging economies, especially China. Furthermore, government institutions and laws in Korea has modeled itself after Japan. Therefore, I think that Korea will follow Japan's path. But there are two factors that increase the possibility of going on different paths from Japan. First is accumulation of human capital through active study of load. Second is the existence of world-class companies such as Samsung Electronics and Hyundai Motor, which have a strong desire to investment. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to wrap up this session. Korea and Japan are confronting very similar problems these days. The first one is how to improve economic productivity to sustain their growth rate. Their labor force is aging in a rapid speed that will decrease labor supply and labor productivity. How to improve productivity of SMEs and aged labor force is common issue to the two countries. And the second one is how to respond to economic security issues. As you know, the US began to use export and import control against China, and they started to regulate FDI to contain China. And Japan and EU have already taken very similar steps to protect their economic security. So Korea is also forced to take steps to protect itself.
these days. So we are not living in a globalized, liberalized world these days. So Dr. Kim argued economic security policy could be a potential barrier to the two countries' cooperation. However, we have more cooperative areas than conflicting areas. For example, the green and digital cooperation could be the fresh new sources for new era towards Korea-Japan cooperation. So I hope the two new government, new administration of Korea and Japan could find out a new breakthrough to cooperation. Okay, I give my thanks to all the presenters and discussants. Thank you very much. This is the end of this session. Thank you very much.